Eric's there. Good morning. Hello. Hello, everybody. All right.
I'm just adjusting Matt's a little. Really
oh, now you sound even closer to your mic. This is
there.
good.
We go. Yeah. So I had to just little equalization to make us equal with my special guest here I have today.
Yes. Maybe we should have had a track and we should have called it equalization.
Instead of Convention Connect. Yeah. So
no. Instead of maybe one of the other tracks.
I know.
No, it's great.
Greetings to everybody in the audience right now. We're getting started. I'm just checking in with Kelly. Kelly, are we zooming? Are we live? We are hot, as they would say.
We've been on Media One for a while. I came in,
Okay, well, wonderful. Well, good morning to everybody on ACB Media One, the new ACB Media Network. And I'm Tony Stevens, and I've got with me the fearless hostess. She's already introduced herself.
I've been here.
Debbie Hazelton.
Yeah, good morning.
Hey, Debbie. Debbie's been holding down the fort while we were just trying to figure out the mics here in Alexandria. Right. Yeah. So, but we're not alone today. We have a special guest with us, one of our premier sponsors for the event. So we're excited to have Matt Ader with us here from Vespero. Matt, good morning.
Good morning, Tony. How are you today?
I'm good. Excellent. You sound much more serious than a few minutes ago. We were gallivanting around trying to get mics ready. It was much more jolly in a sense, but we're on camera now, so we're so
well, now we have to be serious.
Well, I'm wearing a coat today. I usually don't wear a sports coat, but I thought since I'm having company over.
Yeah, and I dressed down with my Vespero jersey.
Hey, that's Matt, cool. I love hearing you. I love hearing you in Clubhouse and with us on the ACB community program that you've been bringing. I love my Vespero. I love Jaws. So, you're in good company.
Well, we're happy to hear that. And thank you very much for the great support.
Yeah. So we're going to just take care of some business real quick, and then we're going to chat with Matt in a minute. But Patty's here as well for a mini mall minute. Good morning, Patty.
Yes. Good morning.
What do we got today in Louisville?
Well, we have not so pretty skies, but
you're not selling those.
Yeah, don't sell the weather. Just sell the mini mall items.
So we have our new power bank. Now this power bank is kind of like our old mega power bank. It does have 10,000 AMHs, and it has a couple of things. It has a wireless charging circle, and you can feel it. It's very tactile, so you would know where to put your phone. And then it also has 2 USB ports. That is 1 and a 2.1 output. And that large power bank is $69. We also have small power banks. Now these power banks, you can take along with you. They come with a carabiner. They come in red and black, and they have the ACB logo on it, as well as the big one. The small one is $35. We have a blood pressure machine. It's for your wrist. It's got large print, and it lights up. And depending on how high your blood pressure is, if it is yellow, green, or red obviously means maybe you might want to call the doctor. And that blood pressure machine is $32. And we also have our sound spa that is $25. Today, our masks are on sale. It's the steal the deal. They're 1 for $5, 2 for $9, and 4 for $15. They come in 27 awesome colors. So you could get your favorite color. And we have the ear savers also. And everything's on sale. Give us a call. The number is 877-969-MALL. That is 6255.
Awesome. Patty, thank you so much. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
And I think I'm going to need that blood pressure cup because I've been feeling it the past few days. So I think there's definitely probably going to be, if anything on the list today is needed, it's that one. So, but wonderful. Stay dry if the weather's not feeling too good in Louisville. So thanks so much for joining us.
Maybe that sound machine would be good for relaxation.
Yeah, better than the party in the hotel last night down in the lobby.
Oh no.
We rolled in, what was it, about midnight? Kelly is off screen here. Thanks to Kelly, who's helping get everything set up on our Zoom.
Yes,
Kelly on our staff.
Morning.
So yep.
Thank you, Patty. Yes.
So we've got a lot in store today, don't we?
Yeah, we sure do. Oh my gosh. We have got so many things with our general session to continue with voting. And I know lots of workshops this afternoon. I know I'll be streaming the one about navigating the healthcare system. And I think To Mobility and Beyond has some other things today. I can look that up while we're talking with Matt.
You look it up, and I'm gonna chat here with Mr. Matt, and maybe
Absolutely. Very
maybe give
good.
us
Yeah.
some other little nuggets of great events today. We've got 166 over the course of the whole week, so there's something for everybody. It's kind of like a buffet in Vegas, I feel like, this week in terms of programming. But hey, Matt, how are you doing? Good morning.
I'm doing good.
Thanks for
Yourself?
rolling
Yeah.
out. I am fabulous. It's nice to have a real guest, a human being next to me now. We haven't had this in a long time.
I know.
So
Just
welcome.
after the last, what, I don't even know how many months it's been. Is it 17 months?
Yes,
Something like
we'll
that.
say yes. It feels like 17
months.
years.
It
but
does. It does. Yeah. And it is good to get back. And, I mean, it helps to get the vaccine and be able to do it.
It is,
it's,
yeah.
So for me, I'm glad.
Tell us about some of the problems you've been solving and some of the hot things on Vespero's plate right now.
So there's a lot of, I'll tell you, it's interesting. The last year, you adapt to what some of the needs are, and everybody getting pushed to working from home or other things related to having to live on Zoom every day, right? Or Teams every day, or whatever that platform is. That had us all shift as well, our needs and requirements. And back in January, we added volume control straight from the keyboard for JAWS, so you didn't have to go into the volume control menus and change things, which was very complicated for a lot of users. So that was a big deal. And we'll have some more stuff coming out in the fall, and to adapt to more things about conference calls and meetings and things like that, and how it relates to audio on the computer. So I'm looking forward to that, and that'll come out in the fall release. But the big deal during the convention time is obviously for us to provide the discounts on the software. So 20% off during the convention for software is there to help. We know that not everybody can afford a copy of JAWS or Zoom Text, and so several years ago, you probably remember we switched to offering a home annual license. So before you could buy a home perpetual license, buy it and forget it for $800, $900, $1,000, whatever it is in the United States.
I love my home annual.
Yeah, it makes a big difference. And for during the show, I think it's $76 a year, and that's for people who are on fixed incomes. I know it's still not perfect. It'd be great if we're not set up really to do monthly charges like Netflix and Amazon because of the volume. We just don't do the same volume.
Yeah.
But I would say that, if you look in the last couple of years, that made a big difference for people to have that home annual. It made a big difference to create some of these features. We added a feature back in May called the email thread navigation. And for those of you who use Outlook, this was a big deal because we all get hundreds of emails. I can probably tell Kelly's over there probably responding to at least 40 as we speak on this time this morning. And
my inbox crested 1,000 yesterday.
it's just dreadful, right?
Yeah.
And if you open up the latest email within a thread, you used to have to go past the signature of somebody and then arrow through all the froms and the tos and the CCs. And that took a lot of time for a screen reader user because it stopped at every name, every email address. And so 20 people became 40 down arrows.
Yeah.
And now with the letter N, you just skip right past it, which is a big plus.
N for nice on that one.
N for nice. And if you want to go in reverse order, it's Shift N. And it's all about productivity because it's a sighted person can just scroll their screen to the next message. And a blind person can't do that. We didn't have, and I don't know why we didn't think about this a long time ago, but everybody does this on the web with headings and landmarks and different things like that, because you can hit H to go to the next heading. But no one ever thought about, hey, we need to do something similar in the body of an email.
Right.
And emails, you know, where we spend more time than we do on the web.
Mm,
You know, if you think about the work, I mean, you just said you have 1,000 to go through, right?
yeah.
I would just hit Control A, which is select all, and
Yeah.
then there's a delete key, and see if anybody checks back in and says you
Yeah.
didn't respond.
I like that idea. I like that idea.
My favorite emails, not to let anybody know my secret, but my favorite emails are the junk mail, because that's one email I don't have to reply to.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
it's like the best thing is hitting delete key on something that you don't have to get involved in. You know,
Yeah.
it's terrible to say that, but
I'll
so yeah, I
second
mean,
that.
so
Although sometimes my junk mail is really good deals in like foreign exchange currency programs and things. I find some, occasionally.
or spam or
Yeah, yeah, you know,
or
it's
some
like,
kind of
I think I own
virus or-
6 oil rigs right now,
Yeah.
somewhere in the Middle East. I'm not sure where.
You know, that
But
guy
I send them
who-
the money.
if you
I send
go
them
to the
money, I
bank,
think
if you
we're
go
good.
to the bank for them,
Yeah, yeah.
there's $10 million waiting for
yeah,
you.
and it's
Yeah.
still going to be there someday, they promise. So yeah.
Yeah, and that's something we added this year, which is kind of interesting. Phishing is not phishing as I'm going out to the stream with a fishing pole like you do with your boys.
Mhm.
Okay, but phishing is one of the most dangerous things that we're being affected with in computing today. And what phishing is with a PH, not an F, is when you have a link that infects your computer. And it looks like it's from somebody you know. It looks like it's from Tony,
Mhm.
right? But then if you looked at the address of that person, it would be Tony at, I don't know, I'm going to steal your money.com,
Yeah.
right? And this isn't this Tony.
No,
And
yeah.
but you think it's from Tony Stevens, so you open it and you
Yeah.
have an attachment. You open the attachment because it says, "Hey, this is how you're going to get your bank account from me."
Mhm.
And you think it's real because it came from Tony, and that's who you expect it to come from. And that's what phishing is. And so in the release, and I want to say it was February or March, we added a feature where you can check the address of a link before you click it.
Right.
And again, the purpose is to try to protect users from, because the link says click here.
Mhm.
So you assume click here is like, I'm supposed to just press enter and that's good to go. And I worry about, I mean, we've all been affected by our, parents, getting scammed by phone calls. We all get these calls from, places like the
Yeah.
IRS or the SSA,
Yeah.
and they're not calling us, by the way, but they make it sound like they are somebody telling you have a virus on your computer, and
Yeah. Call immediately.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah.
or they're selling you some kind of warranty on your car.
Right.
And none of that's real. And so the same goes with computing, right? We get so many emails that are not safe. So, the keystroke is pretty easy. It's Control Insert F7. I would say that it's a piano keystroke, so you have to have piano hands to
Mhm.
be able to do it.
Mhm.
Or you can just press Insert F7 and bring up the list of links, choose the link you want, but don't press enter on it, and press Insert Page Down to read the address of the link.
Oh.
And these kind of things
Yeah.
just make it easier for somebody to check the address, make sure it came from ACB, not from something else. And not to suggest that ACB would send out junk mail. It's just that there are people who spam, events. and things like that.
Yeah.
So
That is a great, because a sighted person too, sometimes you can physically
They put their mouse over
see, yeah, and it'll show it.
Yeah,
But
it
yeah,
shows the
that's a
link.
great, well, that's fantastic. I mean, the idea of just personal security as well as the workflow solutions you all are hammering out just to improve our workflows in the office space and things like that with just email alone, because this has been a year of email compared to meeting people in
Yes.
person. It's
No, that's
threads and
excellent.
threads. So
Yeah, and we're thrilled to support the convention. We
Yeah.
have the office hours as we speak from 10 to 1 Eastern time. You can go to I think we have our own posting, but I'm sure it's on a ACB posting as well, but it's vispero.com/events/ACB 2021. You can read about the show specials. You can see what sessions going on. Like right now, I think they're talking about scanning and reading,
mhm.
scanning devices where it scans and reads back to you. And then at 11 is Eric going to talk about what's new in software, and 12, I think they're talking about portable video magnification. So wide range of topics every day from today until Thursday from 10 to 1 in the exhibit hall. I think we call them office hours.
Yeah, I think that's what we're calling.
And so
Gives me flashbacks to college. That makes me feel a little weary, but yeah.
you don't want the
hours is
office
good.
hours? No.
Yeah,
No, I've
our
never
office
gone.
hour. Well, our office hours here have been 24/7 during convention. So
Yeah.
yeah. Well, fantastic, Matt. Thank you as always. It's always so
Thank
nice
you.
to have you be
Great to be here,
a
Tony,
guest
and-
here at ACB, and we can't wait till next year in Omaha when we can actually get our hands on whatever new toys you all have out too.
Yeah,
like
and
on
I wanna
focuses
do-
and stuff like
I
that.
want to do like a corn maze when we're there, because aren't we in corn country? We should find a corn maze. What do you
Yeah.
I think Nebraska Cornhuskers. That's their
Yes.
mascot. I guess he's a Corn.
Yeah.
We'll have to ask
Corn and
Jim
then-
Urak what the mascot is. I'll be there in a month checking it out, so I'm excited to come out to Omaha. So Debbie, yeah, any big convention news? What's our time too? We need to be
We're
cognizant.
just about, 20, well, we're just about almost 5 minutes away.
All right.
But at 2:30 on, let's see, where is that? Well, let's see, 2:30. We have A View from Across the Atlantic, and that will be on Media 8. So, we can look forward to things after all that we're doing with general session. And that's
Yeah.
the diversity, equity, and inclusion track. And at 2:30, we have Navigating the Healthcare System as an adult. with
Oh, that's
vision
part of our health and
loss.
welfare, or not health and welfare. That's the old
Wellness,
that's the old
yes,
federal
indeed.
department. What's now Ed and Labor.
Media.
No, the health and wellness track, or health
Yeah,
and wellness
on
track, one of our
Media
programs,
6.
which is part of the that's
Yeah.
fantastic. Wonderful.
And, yeah, we got all kinds of good things.
Check.
We also have at 2:30 Diabetes Education 101, Thriving and Living with Diabetes. And that's going to be on Media 5. I'm so happy to see a lot more on diabetes in this last year. We've been streaming a whole lot more on it. We've been putting out a lot more.
No, our
health
Diabetic in
and
Action
wellness.
affiliate. Yeah, they've been doing a great
Yes,
job.
They really
and,
have. And I think their
yeah.
affiliate has been growing quite a bit.
They have been growing, and it's in the health and wellness. Our Get Up and Get Moving campaign is focusing heavily on
Right.
diabetes public awareness and outreach on diabetic issues. So we're excited about that campaign and excited that they have such a robust. I mean, this is the kind of stuff that you have to go in for clinical visits to get a lot of this information that's available for free for people listening in, or
That's
for those that
great.
register for the convention. Thank you for those for supporting. We're going to be hearing from our individual sponsors today. They're not alphabetized people. I had to record 500 names the other night,
Oh,
over
my
500.
Goodness.
So
That's
the
a
whole
lot.
purpose is you have to listen into everybody to listen to your name.
To
But
find
thank you
your
so much
name.
to all
Yes,
of our
indeed.
sponsors. We'll be sharing that during our opening session or our general session in a few minutes. But
That's great.
where can we go to get the calendar again, Debbie? Because this is a lot of stuff going on. I don't,
Gosh,
it's crazy to keep track of it all.
acbmedia.org. I believe it's acbmedia.org/calendar. I think.
That's right. Yeah. acbmedia.org. And the podcast will slowly be trickling out through all the tracks between now and the end of August. So if you've missed
Right.
something today, subscribe to our 8 podcast tracks for the convention. And we've got the health and wellness track, technology, advocacy, all those tracks. So subscribe to those and get locked in.
We're replaying general session overnight from the day on Media 1. Excuse me. And by the end of the week, we will replay all of the general sessions on Media 1 through that weekend. And then we will move them all to Media 8 and on Media 9 for a week. And on Media 9, we'll add prime time events over the following week. And then we'll
Nice.
gradually roll out podcasts.
Wonderful. So
Oh,
we
wow.
we still got Matt here, and we got about
good.
5 more minutes. Any other big items, Matt? You can't. There's no one listening right now. Any secrets you can tell us, or anything, or any?
So I think, tell me about the campaign you guys are doing right now. The 60.
Oh, the 60 for 60. Well, we
Yeah.
are going to be making a big announcement, unless you want to make it here on the air. But
No, I
we
mean,
can-
well,
yeah, we can-
I thought you said something last night about it.
Yeah, so we
it's there.
can talk about the Sparrows. We need to get together the email blast as well. But it's our 60th anniversary, our 60th annual conference and convention, and we are so excited and thankful for Vispero to step up to the plate and really challenge us all in ways that we can give more to that campaign by making a very, very generous donation. So. And it's going to really help us in the sense of really helping launch this campaign over the next
Well, I
year.
think that's the key, right? I mean, if you're going to have a 60 for 60, it's let's get it started.
Yeah,
Right.
and you, thanks to you and Tom and everybody at Vispero and the whole team, really for being just such great partners with us over the years, and to have you all come in and give us a contribution, it's fantastic. So we're going to be doing a match up to, did we announce it last night, the amount? I was working on editing
No, I
last
don't
night.
believe we did.
Yeah, so there's going to be a blurb going out, unless Eric's listening right now and he'll knock on the door
Yeah, he'll bang
and
on
we
the
can
wall.
bang on the wall. He's literally right behind us. So,
Yeah.
Oh my God.
but yeah, but we are, ecstatic for Vespero's. So yeah.
Well, it's one thing that if you, I think, if you've seen the last year, we believe in our partnership with ACB.
Mhm.
We've done a lot with the community calls once a week. I think they're at 3:00 Eastern time on Thursdays.
Keep them coming.
Looking forward to more of those. The
Yes.
clubhouse events, it's about, communicating with the customer.
Mhm.
And, ACB is a big component of those customers. And, the members, knowing we're out here providing this, the training either through podcast, which you can ask, I think you guys refer to her as the A lady. You can ask her to play the latest Freedom Scientific Training podcast. You can get it on YouTube. There's lots of great content from YouTube webinars, the community calls, Clubhouse. We're there for the community, for ACB, and just continue to provide us feedback, because if we're not giving you what you need, we need to know it. And that's the one thing I ask.
Well, and thank you so much for being able to keep, your team working on office hours here and still being able to engage, because convention is always that wonderful chance to really, truly talk one-on-one with all the folks from Vespero. I mean, the true knowledge experts, and not just the products you work with, but the field of accessibility you all have been leading for decades. So
yeah, we don't, everybody in this does it for the passion of the industry. Okay. I mean, you'll hear Eric during the call at 11 in the exhibit hall, Eric Damry. And, he's been around the company for 25 years plus. And, there's nobody else who's more passionate about this. It's people like that who've been, his father was losing his vision. He got into this industry at that point. And so it's pretty powerful about the passion side. And if you haven't seen the video, there's a great video. Lucy Edwards from the UK did a YouTube video on Vespero and posted on YouTube. And it's kind of cool because she talks about, how Ted Henner started the company back when he started Henner Joyce, and how he lost his eyesight in a car crash. And he was in the UK. He didn't lose his eyesight from the motorcycle riding, but he was in there he was racing motorcycles.
Wonderful guy.
Sad that he lost that passion, that he had for motorcycles.
literally the opposite of 0 to 60, from 60 to 0. Like,
oh yeah, yeah, just like that.
Yeah.
And so, he had gotten in a car wreck, and that changed his path, and developed Henner Joyce, eventually Freedom Scientific, with the joining of Blazy and Arkenstone and Open Book Software and stuff like that. And so, now Vespero with Enhanced Vision, Optilec, Freedom Scientific, and TPG Interactive, wide mix of solutions for the blindness community. And so, we believe in them, what we can do to continue to help people. And if we're not developing what you guys need, you need to tell us. That's the one thing I ask.
Well, and thank you for extending that hand and that ear. Because you all haven't just been leading the way, you've been literally paving the way since really a lot of this stuff was born in terms of accessibility. So, and everything that's going on at like Paciella Group and the accessibility on the back-end systems and just fixing so many problems in the world. Thank you. So on behalf of ACB,
if you
thank
haven't
you.
been out to see, you should start seeing, JAWS in different kiosk solutions, self-service kiosk solutions. For those in Maryland, can go to Millersville McDonald's and check out JAWS in a kiosk, and
that's cool.
pay for your food on your own and plug in, just bring your headphones just like you do an ATM.
Yeah.
Cool.
Well, again, thank you so much. We are
Thank you,
right at
Tony.
10:30. We're so excited to have Matt and Vespero and all of our sponsors. We're going to be hearing from the
Thank
corporate
you.
sponsors. A thank you to them, all of our sponsors in this session. But Debbie, thanks so much for hanging in there and holding down the fort at the beginning.
All right.
And I think we're going to make the handoff now to Boston.
You bet. Thank you.
You're on, Dan. Good morning, ACB, and welcome back to the 2021 ACB Conference and Convention. Better together wherever we are. Wow, what an exciting night we had last night, and we're looking forward today to our first ever virtual contested election. I would like to remind you all, please have your voter codes ready to go when the individual vote starts. So remember, you either received a Braille or large print letter with your voter code on it and instructions, or you received an email that included your voter code with the ability to click and vote electronically. So we had a wonderful mock election. I know everybody has practiced one time, but please remember to get your voter code and be ready to go. For those of you who got an email, that came out on July 6th at about 7 o'clock Eastern. So if you need to page down and find it in your email stack. And again, if you got your code information from Vote Now on Braille or large print, please find that letter and your code and make sure you're ready to vote when we have that opportunity. I'd also like to welcome everybody around the country and around the world to ACB Media Network and ACB Media One Mainstream, our flagship station. Hopefully you'll enjoy the festivities today. Special thanks to Debbie Hazelton, to Rick Morin, who are staff supporting ACB Media, as well as Tony Stevens, Deb Cook-Lewis, Jeff Bishop, and so many others from our broadcast team and staff who have worked so hard to get this convention ready to go for you, and hopefully are providing you multiple options to enjoy the convention today. So with that, welcome everybody. I call day 2 of the annual business meeting of the American Council of the Blind to order. And I'd now like to introduce for our Pledge of Allegiance today. You heard them all last night. Weren't they a wonderful group of folks? Our JP Morgan Chase Fellows. So Anthony, Natalie, Becky, Greg, and Winter for our Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America
and to the republic for which it stands,
one nation, under God,
indivisible, with liberty
and justice for all.
Thank you so much, JP Morgan Chase Fellows, for the wonderful Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you so much for that wonderful Pledge of Allegiance. I would now like to recognize Tony Stevens, our Director of Development from Baltimore, Maryland, to read our corporate sponsors for this year's 2021 convention. Tony.
Stevens, Director of Development for the American Council of the Blind. I'm excited to share with you today our corporate sponsors for the 60th Annual ACB National Conference and Convention. So here we go. For our diamond sponsors, Microsoft, Google, JP Morgan Chase & Company, Comcast, and Facebook. For our emerald sponsors, Charter Spectrum, Vispero, Amazon, Verizon, Vanda Pharmaceutical. And for our ruby sponsors, TrackPhone Wireless Incorporated, IRA, Waymo, National Cable and Telecom Association, AT&T, LinkedIn, Perkins School for the Blind, Cruise, and Adobe. For our Onyx sponsors, Democracy Live and Humanware. For our Coral sponsors, National Industries for the Blind, National Library Services, and Library Users of America. And for our walk sponsors, Macular Degeneration Foundation. And for our walk sponsors, the Macular Degeneration Foundation, National Industries for the Blind, and Vanda Pharmaceutical. Thanks to all of our corporate partners for supporting this year's conference and convention.
Thank you, Tony, and what a wonderful group of sponsors, and we thank them so much for their participation in our 2021 conference and convention. Next, I'm honored to introduce Ralph Smitherman from Jackson, Mississippi, the chair of our Credentials Committee, to give the second and final report from the Credentials Committee. Following Ralph's report, we will then lower hands in the Zoom room to allow for a motion to be made and approved by our membership. Ralph, welcome.
All right, thank you, Mr. President. It's good to be here this morning. Once again, our Credentials Committee would like to thank the ACB National Office for their diligence in helping us put together this credentials report. And I want to thank the committee for their effort as well. Credentials also wants to continue to encourage all affiliates to use the AMMS program and get your information in on time. All things are in order and in place for credentials this year. Thank you.
Thank you, Ralph. And now I would like to make sure through that over on the web side of our Zoom presentation that hear from Nancy Becker and Rick Morin that all of our hands are lowered. So I'll wait for confirmation from Nancy and Rick.
Okay, Dan, can you hear me? Okay, Dan. Dan, can you hear me?
Nancy and Rick, if you're speaking to me, I'm not hearing you.
Okay.
Nancy,
Yes.
relay the message to me and I'll relay it to Dan.
Okay, tell him tell him I am ready to go.
We're ready to go, Dan.
All right, all hands have been lowered.
Correct.
Ralph, would you please read your motion from the Credentials Committee?
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. Here's the motion. On behalf of the Credentials Committee, I make a motion that the affiliate votes verified by the secretary last evening, together with any amendments thereto, with all ACB members certified by the record date June 16, 2021, shall constitute the voting body for ACB business sessions.
Thank you, Ralph. The motion has been made. All hands are lowered. I now will ask all members on Zoom, please raise your hand to vote aye in favor of approval of the credentials motion. Again, please raise your hand. Again, that is Alt-Y on your PC, Command-Shift-Y on your Mac, *9 on your phone, and I believe it's in the middle lower section of your iPhone app. So please, all members voting in the Zoom room, raise your hand aye to approve the credentials motion. And leave your hands up.
Rick? Rick, can you hear
Dan,
me?
we're at 166 of 224.
We are at 166 of 224. That is well over 50%. So I declare that the motion is accepted from our Credentials Committee. Thank you, Ralph, Chair of the Credentials Committee, for your motion. And thank you, membership, for approving our credentials. Thank you so much, Ralph.
You're welcome.
Next, it is my honor to present speakers for two candidates for the office of First Vice President. So coming out of nominating was the first candidate, Deb Cook Lewis from Clarkston, Washington, retired program director from the University of Washington. And the nominated from the floor is our second candidate for first vice president elections today, Mark Reichert from Falls Church, Virginia, interim executive director for the Association of Education and Rehabilitation for the Blind and Visually Impaired. The candidate that came out of nominating will be first on the slate for us to hear from their speakers. Their two, Deb Cook Lewis's two speakers are Jeff Bishop from the state of Washington and Janet Dickelman from the state of Minnesota. The two candidates have, the two speakers have up to a total of 5 minutes to speak on behalf of their candidates. Rick Morin will be our timer today. Jeff Bishop, you are the first speaker for Deb Cook Lewis. Do you want any time prompts from Rick as you go through your remarks today?
Yes, thank you, Dan. Sure, I'll take a time at 2 minutes, please, and 2:15 and 2:30, please.
Okay, so Rick, if you could please notify Jeff at 2 minutes, 2 minutes and 15 seconds, and 2:30. Thank you, Jeff. Please proceed when you are comfortable. Thank you for participating.
Good morning. My name is Jeff Bishop, and I'm speaking for Deb Lewis this morning. Deb Lewis is running for first vice president of this organization and has a wealth of leadership experience, which I believe makes her well suited for this position. Deb has worked in over 43 years in the state of Washington and has been involved with consumer organizations since 1978 and with ACB since 1993. She's managed many social programs as well as overseen a $5 million budget at the state level. She has a wide technical background and is well suited to be able to help us and guide us throughout our journey on our 3 to 5 year plan for this organization. We have some very aggressive goals in this organization, and it's going to take leadership that Deb possesses to be able to help guide us through that process. Deb has a lot of very kind and soft-hearted traits as well. She is currently appointed by the governor for the State Human Rights Commission, and is really someone that we've always been able to go to for pretty much anything inside this organization. Deb Lewis played a pivotal role in ensuring that ACB radio was licensed and legal and set for the future. We wouldn't have been able to do it without her. She's absolutely pivotal. She served 4 terms as state treasurer with no audit
2
issues
minutes
whatsoever. I would strongly encourage all of you to vote for Deb. I think that she's the right leader for the right time. And I think with the tremendous traits that she has as an individual and the ability to be able to work with teams in a team spirit, she'll be able to help us into the future. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Jeff. That was 2.5 minutes. So I next will introduce Janet Dickelman from Minneapolis, speaking on behalf of Deb. You have a remaining 2.5 minutes. How would you, Janet, do you want any timing cues?
2 minute would be great.
At 2 minutes, okay?
Yes.
Thank you. All right, Janet, please start when you are comfortable.
Good morning. First of all, I want to make it very clear that although I am the convention coordinator for ACB, I am not a paid member of the staff nor am I a contractor. I do this strictly as a volunteer so that I have no conflict of interest introducing Deb Cook-Lewis as a candidate for first vice president. If you've read the candidates forum and you've listened to Jeff, you know how hard Deb works. She's worked tirelessly as a member of Board of Publications and later as the chair of BOP. She's done this for the last 5 years. Deb served on the Convention Steering Committee, and she's also served on the Public Awareness Committee, and she takes these responsibilities very seriously. She attends all meetings and is an active participant in both committees. I also want to talk about her dedication as I've observed it. She spent a weekend in January streaming and Zoom hosting the ACB of Minnesota convention. She may have assisted your affiliate with their convention also, since she's done 8 other conventions this year. And she offers extremely helpful support and dedication when she works with the affiliates for their conventions. She's handled all the Zoom panelist invitations for ACB's national conference and convention, both in 2020 and in 2021. And this is a huge undertaking involving weeks of preparation with over 300 panelists and 165 sessions. I think Deb knows the convention schedule probably better than I do. And that's saying a lot. Deb is extremely organized. And when she has a timeline, she sticks to it. She immediately
2 minutes.
Responds to phone calls and emails. If she commits to a task, you know that you can count on her. Her word is her bond. ACB needs Deb's calm demeanor, her dedication, and her leadership skills going forward. She has the time and the commitment our organization needs. Please join me in casting your vote for Deb Cook-Lewis. Thank you.
Thank you, Janet. Next, we will hear the speakers for our second candidate, Mark Reichert. The first up to speak will have two speeches. First from Jeff Tom from California, and then Gabriel Lopez Cafati from Florida. So first, Jeff, you are the first first speaker for Mark. How would you like your time to be identified to you by Rick?
2 minutes and 30 seconds, please.
2 minutes and 30 seconds. Do you want any prompts, or just let him know when you reach 2:30?
Yes, let me know when we reach that time.
That reached 2:30. Okay.
Yes.
Now I'd like to introduce Jeff Tom speaking on behalf of Mark Reichert.
Good morning, ACB. The real winner in this election will not be Deb Cook-Lewis nor Mark Reichert, but instead the American Council of the Blind, because we are blessed to have 2 outstanding candidates. What I want to address today is, when you think about who to vote for, you remember the value to ACB of re-electing Mark Reichert as our first vice president. The primary mission of our organization is to advocate for the opportunities and services we need as people who are blind or have low vision. Many of you know Mark as ACB's former resolutions chair, or as someone who frequently speaks to our organization at our leadership conferences on policy matters ranging from special education to rehabilitation services to services for older adults with vision loss. What I would like to tell you about Mark is something you may not know as much about. During the past year and a half, as part of my work on behalf of the Alliance on Aging and Vision Loss, Mark, I have been in meetings probably twice monthly at least. Mark has represented AER and I have represented the AAVL. The respect in which Mark is held by the blindness field is immense. And in fact, no other blindness advocate in the DC area is held in higher respect from what I can ascertain. It is our mantra that people who are blind or who have low vision know what is best for us, not our sighted peers. And Mark is living proof of this fact and convinces the field of this fact on a daily basis through his expertise, intellect, and passion, as well as by his constant efforts at promoting the ideas of others with vision loss. On the ACB board, Mark talks more sparingly than some officers might, but when he feels something must be said for the betterment of the organization, regardless of whether his position is popular or not, he speaks loudly and clearly. Finally, Mark has been forged through personal crisis, but like an article forged in the fire of a blacksmith's shop, he has come through his crisis stronger than ever. He is more empathetic, more compassionate, and yes, a better leader for the American Council of the Blind. In conclusion, when you consider which of these candidates for whom you will vote, I hope you will look at Mark Reichert as he views himself, a committed and passionate advocate for the American Council of the Blind and all Americans with vision loss. Please vote for Mark Reichert for first vice president.
Thank you, Jeff. And then Rick, if you could please provide a time check of how much time Gabriel Lopez Cafati will have left for the remainder of.
Yep, 2 minutes and 12 seconds.
2 minutes and 12 seconds. All right, thank you. Gabriel, would you like any cues from Rick on time management?
Sure, Rick, the 2-minute mark, please.
2-minute mark. You have a total of 2 minutes and 12 seconds. I'd now like to introduce Gabriel Lopez Cafati to speak on behalf of Mark Reichert.
Thank you, Dan, and thank you, ACB, for giving me the opportunity to talk about someone who I admire and who we, as an affiliate, BPI, we have learned so much from Mark in terms of advocacy and how to move around and lobbying for the betterment of our community. So I want to talk a little bit also about Mark's dedication and passion for diversity. Mark has been an ally of Blind LGBT Pride International for many years. He's actually one of our life members, which is, I take it as proof of his commitment towards fostering and mentoring diversity within the American Council of the Blind. He has been an active member, and he's always helping as a bridge between us and our parent organization. In terms of advocacy, Mark has been a wealth of information, and he has been a great resource. He has connections within the blind community that he brings to the table in everything he does. He has held positions not only with his current employer, AER, but also with AFB. And in everything he does, Mark is always prioritizing the betterment and employment and accessibility for persons who are blind or visually impaired. So I just want to say that these organizations like AER and AFB, I've always said it and I'm impressed, they actually pay Mark for doing this work, and he's offering to be part for another 2 years of our board of directors in the condition of first vice president and do this as a volunteer, as a service of commitment and passion for the American Council of the Blind. So I invite you to support Mark Reichert with your vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Gabriel. Thank you to all of our speakers for our 2 candidates for today. We are now at a momentous time in our history of the American Council of the Blind. We will now begin our individual vote on Vote Now for the position of first vice president. I would now like to introduce Nancy Marks Becker, our Chief Financial Officer and Supervisor of Elections, to review once again the rules and processes associated with today's elections. Nancy. Thank you, candidates and speakers, for your wonderful presentations this morning. Next, I would like to introduce Nancy Marks Becker, our Chief Financial Officer, also playing the role as our ACB election supervisor for our elections throughout this convention. So Nancy, could you please share with us some information about the upcoming in-person voting and how folks should stay connected through the Vote Now process?
I sure can, Dan. Thank you. So to vote for this election, you will need to go to the Vote Now website using the link you were provided, or to vote by phone, call 844-875-0261 and have your unique voter code ready also. If you need administrative help, call the Minneapolis office at 612-332-3242. The voting polls will close at 1:15 p.m. Eastern, 10:15 a.m. Pacific, and 7:15 a.m. Hawaiian time. You will be using the same unique voter code for elections all week because your ballot will be reset after each election has been completed. Thank you.
Thank you, Nancy. And voting is now open for the 2021 conference. And fantastic. Everybody take this opportunity. Again, the polls will be open for a little over 2 hours and 15 minutes until 1:15 p.m. today. Reiterating one more time, if you are having any issues, concerns, or questions about the voting process for the individual vote, you can contact the Minneapolis office at 612-332-3242. Again, that's 612-332-3242. For those of you who are delegates or alternate delegates that will be participating in the affiliate roll call vote, we will have 3 segments before we get to the affiliate roll call vote to allow the affiliates an opportunity to query their membership and find out how they would like to vote as an affiliate. So the upcoming events before the affiliate roll call vote will be the introduction of our individual sponsors for the 2021 convention. And then we will have a presentation from Google, and then we will have our ACB angels. So again, I will remind people as we go through the morning to remind their delegates to be in the affiliate Zoom room in order to be ready to vote following those 3 presentations. So now I would like to introduce Tony Stevens, our Director of Development from Baltimore, Maryland, to read our individual sponsors for this year's ACB convention. These are everybody that sponsored the convention during our pre-registration process. Believe it or not, folks, we had over 500 individuals that sponsored our convention. Isn't that just amazing? So now let me turn it over to Tony for the roll call of our individual convention sponsors. Welcome, Tony.
As the Director of Development for the American Council of the Blind. I'm excited to be with you here today to share with you the names of our individual sponsors. This is part 1 of 2. All the names we're going to be listing today are for sponsors who had given as part of their sponsorship along with registration prior to the closing date on June 28th for registration. We'll have some more names to share for all those that have given since registration reopened. Thank you so much to everybody that has already been giving. The list is outstanding. So we have a number of names to go through here, so hold tight. Here we go. For our titanium individual sponsors at $500, Gerard Boucher, Maria Christic, Fred Scheigert, Brett Humphrey, Linda Yax, Elizabeth Betsy Dome, Lee Nasahi, Douglas Lawton. For our platinum sponsors at $250, Helen Tolliver, Kayla King, John McCann, Sherry Richardson, Edwin Rumsey, Margarine Beeman, Marilyn Sanders, Thomas Bergender, Sean Barrett, Shane Aguilera, Andrew Arbitson, Roberta McCall, Mitch Pomerantz, and Donna Pomerantz, and Mary Ellen Frost. For our gold sponsors at $100. For our gold sponsors at $100, Janet Dickelman, Karen Spry, Debbie Grubb, Mary Harriman, Alan Lindley, Mary Ellen Cronin, Donald Horn, Renee Zellickson, Tom Jones, Ray Campbell, Shirley Myers, Karen Campbell, Richard Rueda, Sharon Strzelkowski, Charles Cronin, Kim Charlson, Brian Charlson, Scott Marshall, Richard Johnson, Lee Tucker, Stephen Dresser, Christopher Bell, Barbara Brown, Joel Snyder, Jean Mann, Gail Crossan, Michael Moran, Deanne Elliott, Kathleen Duke, Mike Duke, Vita Dzvali, John Gasman, Rhonda Nelson, Donald Thompson, Vicki Curley, Mike Keefley, Tom Frank, Miles Tomashiro, Meryl Schechter, Don Barrett, Frank Cuda, Eleanor Caldwell, Donna Brown, Len Golightly, Larry Gasman, Douglas Hunsinger, Cynthia Harikata, Catherine Frederick, Debbie Robinson, Beth Corley, Kathy Leone, Jolyn Bailey Page, Dan Dillon, Harvey Miller, Daryl Eaton, Nicolette Noyes, Gary Leggets, Annette Leggets, Carla Rucheville, Adam Rucheville, Jennifer Harnish, Virginia DeBoyer, Patrick Sheehan, Jason Castonguay, Howard Thomas, Janice Thomas, Joseph Tingler, Bill Obregon, Susan Crawford, Darian Slayton Fleming, Barbara Lombardi, Charles Navarrete, Glenn McCauley, Karen Gorgie, Terrence Horvath, Dan Spoon, Patricia Spoon, James Croct, Lori Scharf, Nancy Sumner, Mari Adams, Julie Brenley, Dave Adams, Sarah Presley, Susan Glass, Howard Ferguson, and Joy Aganiku. For our silver sponsors at $50. Marilee Hill Kennedy, Grady Ebert, Amanda's Culvert Jr., Howard Goldstein, Christy Crespin, Michael Alvarez, Marie Brennis, Edward Crespin, Linda Hunt, Sandra Sermons, Eugene Bach, Christine Hunsinger, Becky Davidson, Justine Desi Noller, Jessica Barr, Marcia Moses, Marion Hallerid, Carolyn Burley, Stephen Fort, Tony Eames, Carol White, Myra Ross, Kevin Berkery, Viola Benson, Richard Belcher, Norma Service, Victoria Kennedy, Joseph and Catherine Wasserman, Jem Urak, Sheila Young, Kenneth Simeon, John Smith, Jeanette Kudash, Julia McCullough, Jeff Tom, Leslie Tom, Debbie Hazelton, Robin Frost, Peggy Garrett, Ronald Bird, Martina Ferguson Hazen, Donald Worth, Catherine Schmidt Whitaker, Penny Verity, Mickey Prahin, Chris Gray, Randolin Hovelig, Wendelin Hovennick, Lucy Edmonds, Kathleen Kent, Naomi Sewell, Rick Bogus, Carl Richardson, Karen Hughes, Betty Bogus, Herbert Rito, Margaret Bookman Garcia, Kimberly Carmichael, Margie Donovan, Myrna Vada, Jean-Marie Moore, Michael O'Brien, Donna Close, Doug Powell, Michael Smitherman, Gene Fike, Leslie Spoon, Kenneth Johnson, Francie Gilman, Ando Mahler, Ann Doyle, Linda Burrell, Jesse Vale, Rita Dullock, Joe Slayton, Marcia Farrow, Colette Arbison, Casey Dutmer, Terry Pacheco, Kathy Brandt, Mark Glazer, Philip Leal, Natalie Couch, Billy Buell, George Holliday, Artis Bazin, Mary Stores, Alan Peterson, Paul Edwards, Nellie Amerson, Michael Byington, Cindy Vega, Celeste Lopez, Alice Richard, Carla Mary Hayes, Ruth Boykin, Deanna Scoggins, Arlu Mafe, Sue Staley, Sarah Freeman Smith, Sharon Jancha, Hannah Era Hart, Ann Byington, Pamela Metz, Ken Rogers, Paul Diodario, Jay Doudna, Karen Blackowitz, Chris Prentice, Albert Anderson, David Anderson, and David Anderson. And for our bronze sponsors at $25, Lindsay Levere, Susan Shepard, Bill Sparks, Holly Turi, Ellen Nolan, Charlene Wells, Diane Scalzi, Laura Lee Kastner, Sheila Derrick, Sandra Rukinich, Lynn Roberts, Linda Holliday, Kenneth Reed, Frank Welt, Jacqueline Jackson, Andrew Baraco, Renee Arrington Johnson, Lindsay Tilden, Nicole Slender, Rosemary Miller, Todd Fredos, Thomas Cummings, Cheryl Cummings, Vicky Vogt, Zerline Johnson, Eldon Kaiser, Gabe Griffith, Patricia Tussing, Terry Gorman, Joe Sorensen, Ralph Smitherman, Lynn Coral, Lorraine Olson, Katie Lear, Ann Brash, Ellen Telker, David Plinley, Sean Teal, Michelle Hart, Rochelle Hart, Shirley Roberts, Nancy Murray, Susan Masry, Amber Steet, Deborah Clinley, Cassandra Damstra, Gerard Duty, Laura Pappas, Debbie Watson, Colleen Pitagawa, David Goldstein, Kathy Blackburn, Audley Blackburn, Carson McKegg, Kathy Wilson, Robert White, Marita Matthews, Peter Pardini, Linda Klein, Janet Dixon, Gail Matoyer, David Meter, Donna Slavosky, Melanie Brunson, Jean Jacobs, Kathy Casey, Tammy Snyder, Paula Sprecher, Lyle Stein, Erica Nikolaka. Erica Kinigakula. Francine. Margaret Ricciardi. Mark Lear. Francis Poindexter. Debbie Rosier. Zora Schultz. Teresa Petrie. Stephen Robinson. Kenny Hillstadt. Suzanne Howell. Marion Howell. Jean Kalsher. David Smith. Bonnie Robertson. Nancy Shattuck. Kathy Arnold. Teresa Curry. Betty Novell. Gary Mesman. Shirley Mesman. Elizabeth Soderholm. Denver Jones. Peggy Carpenter. Elaine Wiesberg. Richard Keys. Bercy Joseph. Darlene Hilling. Julie Miller. Robert Rogers. Sharon Lockhart. Danielle McIntyre. Leola Campbell. Robert Turner. Anthony Akamine. Marison Musimic. Michael Smitherman. Allison Smitherman. Donna Weavlick. Christine Schumacher. Gail and Floy.
And you're back.
We're back.
Gail and Floy. Penny Reader. Dana Metcalf. Vicky Ireland. Rick Morin. Natalie Barrett. Bora Lee. Ray Marquez. Marilyn Merida. K Love. Thomas Love. Metsalm. Deanna Noriega. Marcy Duty. Rose and Ashby. Debbie McDonald. Gwendolyn King. Albert Gultz. Edward Hurst. Maureen Moscato. Rhonda Trott. David Trott. Doug Putz. Deborah Kendrick. Philip Rich. Kevin Slayton. Mary Lou Baraka. Joan Leonard. Robert Furtado. Eugene Lozano Jr. Eugene Lozano Jr. Donald Coors. Doreen Cornwell. Geraldine Coors. Clint and Kyle. Rhonda Minsme. UC Allred. Kathy Gerhart. Ruth Tips. Janet Parmenter. Martin Kuhn. Richard Swan. Linda Swan. Nancy Lint. Rosalind Nadler. Charlene Norellis. James Bay Miller. Chris Devon. Kathleen Devon. Shirley Brotman. Pamela Johnson. 3 Luttenberger. Rachel Schroeder. Sandra Burgess. Lou Ann Williams. Paul Kelly. Johanna Ruoff. James Murphy. Donna Seliger. Patty Cox. Marcia Mackey. Carlos Taylor. Donna Browning. Kenneth Carey. Heather McComas. Nelia Sargent. David Cox. Norman Oda. And Doug Payne. Again, thank you so much to all of our individual sponsors for this year's conference and convention. You've all made it a huge success. Take care and stay well.
Thank you, Tony. What an amazing list of individuals who have given to the ACB 2021 conference and convention. Obviously, those were read in the order that the registrations were taken. So if people were looking for alphabetical order, it was actually by date format so whoever registered first got their name at the top of the list. So thank you, Tony. It is just absolutely spectacular to see over 500 people during our early registration period that gave of their treasure to help the American Council of the Blind.
Dan, can you hear
Next,
me?
we're going to have a presentation from Google, and this is a CEC eligible program with the beginning or opening code of 53792. So again, it's 53792. And now I would like to introduce Christopher Patno, Senior Program Director for Accessibility with Google.
Dan?
Welcome, Chris.
Dan, can you hear me?
Google accessibility. Google's approach to accessibility. Hello, my name is Christopher Patno, and I work on accessibility at Google. Thanks so much for joining me for this talk today. To begin with a brief visual description, I have short gray hair with long bangs. I wear glasses, I'm wearing a dark Google accessibility t-shirt, and I'm sitting in my home office in front of some musical instruments and a wall hanging with a geometric design. My pronouns are he, him. For today's agenda, we have 4 topics. What does accessibility mean? Accessibility personas, an overview of assistive technologies, and how Google supports people with disabilities. So let's get started with what accessibility means. Accessibility ensures people with disabilities can perceive, understand, navigate, and interact with products, services, and tools, so people contribute equally without barriers. And of course, the impact is huge. Globally, over 1 billion people have a disability. But all this really means is that over 6 billion people are at least temporarily able-bodied. I'll go into that more a little later. But now you may ask, why does Google care about accessibility? Well, actually, it's part of our mission statement. Our mission is to organize the world's information and make it universally accessible and useful. So to this end, we are committed to making accessibility a core consideration from the earliest stages of product design through release. But what is the benefit of accessibility? It's about making our products more accessible and beneficial. It improves business, it drives innovation, and creates better products for everyone. In the US, federally funded institutions are required to comply with the civil rights legislation of the American with Disabilities Act and Section 508 of the Rehabilitation Act. What federally funded agencies or programs might evaluate products based on accessibility so they're not discriminating against people? Well, how about all governmental agencies, federally funded projects, K-12 schools, and post-secondary entities like state colleges, universities, and vocational training schools. There are different requirements coming out of many countries like the Accessible Canada Act or the European Accessibility Act. But you don't really need to worry about memorizing various regulations, as most organizations point to the WCAG, Web Content Accessibility Guidelines, as a definition of what it means for websites to be accessible. And many of these same requirements can also be reasonably applied to mobile UIs as well. Another benefit of accessibility is that disability is often the engine of innovation. Solving accessibility challenges drives innovation. In 1808, Pellegrino Turri built the first working typewriter to help his blind friend, the Contessa Carolina Fantini di Vivenzano. In 1972, Vint Cerf programmed the first email protocols for the nascent internet to communicate with his wife, who was deaf, while he was at work. In 1941, Ray and Charles Eames produced a molded plywood leg splint for moving wounded soldiers, which became a staple of material of modern furniture design. And finally, think about closed captions. They were started in 1971 on PBS, and now they're everywhere. These kinds of mainstream adoption are often called curb cuts. Now I'd like to review the key points of what accessibility means. Creating accessible and usable products supports and enhances, quote, Google's missions, Google's overall business, legal compliance, and a drive for innovation. Now about accessibility personas. There are 4 general categories of disabilities. There are vision disabilities, such as blindness and low vision and color blindness. There are hearing disabilities, such as deafness and low hearing, tinnitus. There are motor problems, such as hand tremors, physical deformities or amputations, or cognitive disorders, such as dyslexia, dementia, or simply being sleep deprived. But when you design your product, don't fall into the trap of thinking that there's a one-size-fits-all approach. Remember I mentioned earlier about the rest of the world being temporarily able-bodied? Most disabilities can either be permanent or transient. You can have a temporary disability, something that lasts more than 2 weeks, like a broken bone or a concussion. Or you can have a situational disability, something that is innocuous as a glare on your phone screen, or holding a baby while trying to unlock and open your door. And there's a lot of diversity even within a single category. For example, low vision can mean many things. The way a person with glaucoma sees is different than the way a person with cataracts sees anything. And there's also intersectionality. People may have overlapping impairments. For example, a person with Parkinson's can have both limited mobility and vision. But it's most important that we frame disability as what it has been most recently defined as: a mismatch between the needs of the individual and the design of the product. When framed this way, it's clear that the disability can be experienced by anyone excluded in the design. For example, when listening to an audio-only lecture, the student who is blind is less disabled than the student who is less fluent with the language, or the student has been up all night. This is called the social model of disability. Now, I'd like to review the key points of accessibility personas. There are 4 main disabilities that Google focuses on: vision, hearing, mobility, and cognitive. Disabilities can be permanent, temporary, or situational. And disabilities are really due to the mismatch between the user needs and the product. Next, I'd like to discuss some of the fundamentals of assistive technology. Well, what is assistive technology, or AT for short? It's any tool or system that improves or maintains the functional capabilities of persons with disabilities. This includes high-tech solutions like special digital devices, such as a braille display for people who are blind, or hardware like prosthetic limbs, wheelchairs, or voice assistants. But there are also low-tech solutions like magnifying glasses or paper flashcards. Some other examples of assistive technologies are large fonts and magnifications, voice input like Hey Google, or the basic keyboard, or even autocomplete. Here are some others that you may be less familiar with. With vision disabilities, there's large fonts, magnification, select to speech, high contrast, color shifting filters, screen readers, refreshable braille displays, and audio descriptions. For people with hearing disabilities, there are captions, hearing aids, and cochlear implants. For people with motor problems, there's the keyboard, voice input, voice control, switch control, joysticks, head mouse, eye tracking, prosthetic devices, motion stabilizers, and a thing called a sit and puff device. For people with cognitive impairments, there's autocomplete, predictive text, on-screen keyboard, text-to-speech, and media controls, for example, limiting animations, and also distraction-free UIs. These are all ways technologies can be used to help people with disabilities. I'd like to now share some more information on several of these assistive technologies. Voice control allows users to launch apps, adjust volume, edit text, all with your voice. Google has voice access on Android, and this is what we're going to be demonstrating now.
I got into journalism because I wanted to take care of my wife. I want to use my platform to tell the masses how important technology is. I use voice access to help me communicate with people. 13. It has helped me to live a more productive life. Hey, Kev, comma. Before my accident, I was an emergency medical technician. I just recently graduated from EMT school. This is one of the most exciting days for me each and every year. I was really excited about that because I always wanted to help people. I was engaged to be married. Future wife Ray had her wedding dress already picked out. We were making plans to buy a house. Then I had my accident. My heart stopped for 52 seconds. Hey, Google, play exercise video. Then I remember the doctor saying, I'll never walk again. I'm like, what do you mean I'll never walk again? I'm looking forward to sharing all the latest and the greatest assistive and adaptive technologies. My 8 months in the hospital had a lot of complications. It was a time where we were going to just go our separate ways. She stuck with me because she really loves me. I realized just how precious of a gem that I have. I went from having my life planned out before my accident to now having to remap my life. Hey, Google, launch camera. Can't be an EMT no more. My fingers didn't work. I couldn't be a musician anymore. So I'm like, what in the world am I going to do? So I went through a lot of depression. I didn't want to live anymore. And then a light kind of flickered on. Remember who you were. Remember how you used to make people laugh. What's going on, fellas? What's up, how you doing? Be that same person again. What's up, Paul? How you doing? Go back. When I found out I could use my voice, man, the skies was the limit. With Android, I could be totally hands-free. Technology has given me a power beyond what I could ever imagine. It's like I'm a superhero. I was an overnight news anchor. That mushroomed into being a producer for the morning show. Went from now being a host of the morning show. I want to impact people. It's my mission to talk about assistive and adaptive technologies. I am so passionate. I want everyone else to feel that too. Thank you guys so much for coming out. I am so connected to this device. Turn off TV. I look back at some of the accomplishments and I have to pinch myself sometimes. Possibilities are endless.
People with severe mobility disabilities use switch devices. Stephen Hawking, for example, was diagnosed in 1963 with amyotrophic lateral sclerosis, ALS, which is a motor neuron disease. He used a cheek-controlled switch device to communicate. In this image, there are two large buttons. One is white and the other is orange, and are used to traverse forward and backward through the content on the screen. There can be more or fewer buttons, and they can be programmed to do different things like run macros. This is an example of magnification on some sample text from The Wizard of Oz. Many people will use zoom features to help them read text on a screen. Braille devices assist people who are blind and read and write in Braille. There are buttons on the top of the device that are used for inputting Braille, and the pins at the bottom are called a refreshable display. Screen readers assist users by verbalizing the content on a screen based on the developer accessibility implementation. Users on a desktop move their focus of the content typically through a keyboard or Braille device. Interactive content such as links are verbalized along with other critical information to provide key user context. An example on Android is called TalkBack.
Text. Now, as you may have noticed, as I'm kind of like touching the screen, this is a gesture-based UI. So most desktop screen readers, there's a number of keyboard shortcuts that you can hit to move around and do special things. On the phone, we're pretty limited here, right? All we can really do is swipe and do different gestures. So in order to move around the screen, the nice thing is if you don't know any of the gestures yet, you can actually just touch stuff, and it's called Explore by Touch. And you can touch anything on the screen that looks like content, and the screen reader will just announce it for you. So I'll show you an example.
Introduction. How to use Polymer with what over the left.
Right, so that's really nice if you're just not familiar with any of the gestures yet. Now the main gesture for navigating though is pretty straightforward. It's just a swipe to the right to move forward and a swipe to the left to move back.
Most frameworks, but most over the.
Pretty straightforward. And then if you want to scroll, you use two fingers to do the scrolling action. Lastly, the thing you probably want to know most is how to click on something. So what I'm going to do here is I'll just swipe down to an anchor. And then once that item is focused by the screen reader, we can double click it or double tap the screen in order to click it.
But Webpack. Polymer Webpack Loader. Progress bar 21%.
Live Transcribe and Sound Notifications is an app that makes everyday conversations and surrounding sounds more accessible among people who are deaf and hard of hearing using just your Android phone. Using Google's state-of-the-art automatic speech recognition and sound detection technology, Live Transcribe and Sound Notifications provides you a free real-time transcription of your conversations and sends notifications based on your surrounding sounds at home. The notifications make you aware of important situations, such as a fire alarm or a doorbell ringing, so that you can respond quickly. It supports real-time translation in over 80 languages, and you can reply by typing your words. It provides these notifications of sound effects, including your name, and even has a timeline view for events. Finally, captions convert audio content into text, making it more accessible for those who are deaf or hard of hearing. A decade ago, Google added automatic captions to videos on YouTube. And more recently, we created Live Caption, an automatic captioning system that is fast and small enough to fit on your smartphone. Live Caption is helpful whether you're on a loud commuter train, or trying not to wake a baby, or want to follow a conversation more closely. You can even now use live captions in phone calls. While this list of assistive technologies may seem overwhelming, the good thing is that most assistive technologies inherit its behavior from two basic technologies, the keyboard and the screen reader. A solid foundation of support for these experiences trickles down to other assistive technologies. I'd like to show you just two more examples. In this first video editor Christopher using his head-activated switch device to change settings in a UI using a thing called a point and scan mode. In the second video, Stephanie and Jeff use voice to control and operate their Android devices.
Let's go, guys. My name's Stephanie, and I just finished my master's in advertising. I'm a C4, C5 split level quadriplegic. I have no feeling from my collarbone down, so it is absolutely vital that I'm able to use my voice. Okay, Google, start voice access.
My name's Jeff, and I have a neurological condition called essential tremor. It is incredibly difficult to use my hands and fingers. It is very easy for me to use my voice. Okay, Google, start voice access.
After using this product for probably about 10 seconds, I think I'm falling in love with it. Open camera. You use your voice.
Now I'd like to review the key points of assistive technology. There are a number of assistive technologies people, including you, use to interact with products and digital interfaces. Focusing on creating an efficient keyboard navigation and screen reader experience can set a solid foundation for all other assistive technologies. So my last section is, how does Google support people with disabilities? You can provide feedback on and get support from Google in many ways: phone, chat, email, help center articles, social media, forums, and in-app user feedback. But to be a little more specific, you can go to g.co/help/accessibility for general help documentation. Our Twitter handle is @GoogleAccess, and g.co/disability support will give you information on how to reach our customer support team. We offer many channels because it allows users to get help where and when they need it, because they engage based on user preference and findability of this support. Google support agents provide one-to-one support to help answer and troubleshoot questions related to accessibility and/or assistive technology. Google support agents reproduce and escalate potential issues to product teams. They also highlight top user feedback and feature requests. Since launching, we continue to add new ways to engage with our support teams. We allow users to use Be My Eyes to contact Google representatives for visual assistance to a live video call. We also have support agents using American Sign Language. Bringing this back to our key points, we aim to meet users where they are, providing many different ways for users to reach us. Google support agents provide one-to-one support to help answer and troubleshoot questions related to accessibility and/or assistive technology. And the support team does reproduce and escalate potential issues to product teams. They highlight top user feedback and feature requests. We've shared a bunch of resources, and there's even more. Here's a brief recap and some new ones. You can learn more about Google accessibility at google.com/accessibility. Again, our Help Center articles are to be found at g.co/help/accessibility. You can even find our accessibilities on YouTube at g.co/A11Y videos. Our Google for Education Teach from Home site is at g.co/teach from home. Again, you can go contact our disability support agents at g.co/disability support. If you want to help Google make our products more accessible, we encourage you to sign up and participate in user studies at g.co/user-research/join-A11Y. And finally, you can follow us on Twitter at Google Access. Again, this is Christopher Patno, and I want to thank you for taking an interest in accessibility at Google. Google Accessibility.
Thank you. Thank you, Chris, for a wonderful presentation from Google. And thank you, Google, for all that you do as a wonderful, trusted partner of the American Council of the Blind. Again, I want to give a special thanks to Google for their extra work helping us with the National Park Service project, the Unity Description project, partnering with the University of Hawaii and the American Council of the Blind to audio describe all the visitors brochures at our over 400 parks across the country. Google has given us another $50,000 grant to help us in those activities this year, and we thank Chris and his team. The ending code for Chris's presentation, the CEC code, is 99422. Again, that ending CEC code is 99422. Now I would like to encourage all of our affiliate delegates to please head to the affiliate webinar. The affiliate roll call elections will be taking place after our next presentation. So please, if you are a delegate, please head to the affiliate Zoom room if you have not done so already. Also, for those of you that are voting individually right now through Vote Now, many votes are rolling in. We did have a technical glitch for a few voters. That technical glitch has now been repaired and fixed by Vote Now. We appreciate their prompt response. So anybody that was having trouble getting into Vote Now, please try again. And again, happy voting and keep that individual voting going. You have until 1:15 today, Eastern time. So the Vote Now polls for the individual voting will be open for another hour and 40 minutes. Now, changing course, I am honored to recognize our ACB angels for today. Two wonderful angels, Doc Bradley from the state of Texas and Lori Allison from the state of Washington will be honored today. I'd now like to introduce our development director, Tony Stevens, to introduce our angels.
Bradley Jr. passed away on January 19, 2021 in Houston, Texas. He was born June 15, 1943 in Cushing, Oklahoma to Charles and Martha Bradley. Dr. Bradley loved his family and was active in his church, St. Stephen's United Methodist. After graduating from high school, he worked for the Business Enterprise Program at the Commission for the Blind. He also worked as a massage therapist before changing his career, graduating from the Texas Chiropractic College. He opened his private practice in LaPorte, where he worked for 19 years before moving to Houston. And he expanded his Dr. Bradley began working with young blind and visually impaired people while he was still in Oklahoma. And he expanded his mentoring to the American Council of the Blind of Texas. He also volunteered at the Lighthouse of Houston and the Houston Taping for Blind, Sight and Sound. He was as well a member of the local Lions. He participated in all these activities while gradually losing his own sight due to retinitis pigmentosa. He served on the boards of ACB, ACB of Texas, and the local Houston chapter, encouraging political involvement and advocacy for the blind and visually impaired. In addition to his many involvements with ACB, he was also very involved with the National Beat Baseball Association, serving as their president for 2 different terms for a total of 10 years. Beat baseball was one of his greatest loves in life. He played for teams in Pasadena and Houston for 25 years, coaching for several more years, all the while promoting the game of beat baseball. He received several awards and recognitions for his continued service and dedication for improving the quality of life for people who are blind and visually impaired. He was preceded in death by his mother and father and 2 brothers, Gerald and Michael. He is survived by his wife of 33 years, Linda, his 2 sisters, Jeannie Sappington and Pat Croyner, and his children, Lynn Johnson and James Bradley, and grandchildren, Carissa Johnson, Julian Henry, Elizabeth Alex, and Braden Bradley. He is truly missed. Lori Allison, June 6, 1961 to April 24, 2020. Lori was a true servant, always giving of herself for others and to benefit her organization on a local, state, and national level. The tagline at the end of each of her emails said, "Aspire to inspire before you expire." And this she did. On a local level, Lori served her chapter as president multiple times, led them through successful dining in the dark and public rest stop fundraisers, and created a sense of community by opening social events to those outside her chapter. She served as a commissioner on the Tacoma Commission for People with Disabilities and was recognized with the Tacoma City Council Volunteer Person of the Year Award. On a state level, Lori chaired or served on several state committees, kickstarting the Braille Challenge in Washington, while also chairing WCB Families. She also oversaw registration for the WCB Convention and coordinated an educational booth at the annual state fair as part of a membership committee. Lori served multiple terms on the WCB Board of Directors, volunteered as one of the WCB receptionists, and was the membership person inputting membership data into the AMMS database. On a national level, Lori actively participated on the ACB membership committee. She was chosen as a leadership fellow in 2017 and served on ACB's membership posse, which stands for providing outreach through sharing, support, and engagement. Whether it be a small gathering at her home or a larger one for her chapter or church, Lori loved to prepare the feast and share her love for cooking and baking with others. She always had an ear to listen, a hug and smile for which to bless others with, and a heart which never ceased to give abundantly. For Lori, with working hands a job to do, behind the scenes you saw it through, so strong and brave a servant's heart, to do for others you did your part. No need for glory, just a need to give, is a life worth living and a life well lived. So now it's time to take your rest, and we'll remember you, knowing we've been blessed. Thanks to the Washington Council for the Blind. Thanks to the Washington Council of the Blind and all others who helped support to make Lori an angel this year. That concludes today's Angels presentations. Join us on Tuesday when we'll recognize Robert Hache and Denise Decker. Thank you.
Thank you, Tony, and thank you to Doc and to Lori for all of their service to the American Council of the Blind. We will miss you and we will always remember you. And thank you for all your contributions. And Tony, thank you for those wonderful presentations. It is now.
Yeah, we're going to need about 5 minutes and I will cue you.
Okay. We now will be moving into our affiliate roll call vote. Again, this is the first time we've ever done this virtually. So once again, I will remind everybody that the Vote Now elections are now underway for the individual vote. So all of those who have their voter code, please proceed to the ballot and cast your vote for our candidates for first vice president. Again, the polls will be open till 1:15 today. So you still have plenty of time, about an hour and a half or so, to cast your ballot. So please head to the polls. We did have a little bit of a technical issue earlier, but that has been solved. So if you got an error message the first time you tried, please feel free to try again. That should have been solved. If you're having any voting issues at all, please contact the Minneapolis office at 612-332-3242. Again, that's 612-332-3242. We next will be heading on to our affiliate vote today. That is going to be taking place in a different Zoom room, but everybody on the ACB main general session Zoom will be able to hear in its entirety the affiliate roll call vote. It will also be streamed on ACB Media One, as well as through other avenues. If you can get to that a little bit better on the phone, you can use your ACB phone number to call in. So everybody should be able to listen and hear to our first ever virtual roll call vote. We are having right now our members assemble. The roll call will be done today by Denise Colley from Lacey, Washington, our ACB secretary. So I'm kind of giving you a little verbal description as they're assembling in their affiliate room.
We should be ready, Dan.
The supervisor of elections for today's event will be Nancy Marks Becker, and she will be assisting Denise if need be. And we also have working with Nancy, Rick Morin, so the two of them will be controlling the affiliate Zoom room. We also have Denise Edgley, who is our parliamentarian, and she will be available if we have any parliamentarian issues to discuss and determine the appropriate course of action. So now, without any further ado, I am excited to present Denise Colley, ACB Secretary from Lacey, Washington, to conduct our 2021 ACB candidate selection roll call vote, affiliate roll call vote for first vice president. Denise.
And Giappetta.
Okay, I guess we're on, and I will get started with the roll call. Just a reminder, I will not be calling New Mexico because they didn't have enough members to have a vote, and sadly Montana, who has left the organization. I will call you in groups, and so as we're getting close to your particular letter in the alphabet, please be prepared to be unmuted and be prepared to give your vote count. So the first group will be Alabama through Georgia. Alabama, 3 votes.
Good morning, Alabama. 3 votes for Debbie Cook Lewis.
3 votes, Lewis. Arizona, 2 votes. Arizona, 2 votes.
Denise, do you want me to call out who's in Arizona, or are we just going to go with the name and the votes?
Pardon? I'm sorry, pardon?
Do you want me to, if they're not answering, do you want me to call out who's supposed to be answering? Or who's the delegate?
Yeah, John was here.
John McMahon?
Okay. Nancy, can you keep track of the ones we need to recall, please?
I will, yes.
Thank you. All right, Arkansas. 2 votes. Arkansas. 2 votes. California. 22 votes.
All right, California, 19 Reichert, 3 Lewis.
3 Lewis, 19 Reichert. Colorado, 1 vote. Colorado, 1 vote. Connecticut, 1 vote.
Connecticut casts 1 vote for Deb Lewis.
1 vote, Lewis.
Yes.
Delaware, 1 vote. Delaware, 1 vote. District of Columbia, 1 vote.
District of Columbia casts 1 vote for Lewis.
1 vote, Lewis. Florida, 25 votes.
Florida casts 18 Lewis, 7 Reichert.
18 Lewis, 7 Reichert.
Unmute. It just did.
Georgia, 5 votes.
There we go.
Georgia casts 3 votes for Deb Lewis and 2 votes for Mark Reichert.
3 Lewis, 2 Reichert. Okay, the next group I will be calling is Hawaii through Bay State. Oops, hold on.
Are we coming back, guys?
Oh, you're back.
Oh, the audio now unmuted.
Hold on, my
Okay.
computer is
Denise,
stuck.
Denise, can you
Yeah.
hear me?
I can hear you.
I'm getting a message that there's some people who are not able to unmute themselves in this Zoom room.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I am not able to do that, even though I'm a co-host. So if everybody can lower your hand, and then if the person Denise is calling is not able to unmute themselves, then raise your hand and we'll have to unmute you. And Rick, you're gonna have to do the unmuting.
Oh dear, my computer is stuck.
John McCann had said that he finally got himself unmuted, but we are going to come back around, right?
Correct.
Yeah, we're coming back around. Yes.
All right, well, I'm going to keep it unmuted because I don't take any chances, but I am here and ready to cast my vote when asked.
Exactly.
Arkansas is finally unmuted as well.
We're waiting for Denise. She's having a computer issue here.
Computer is stuck.
Technology issue.
There we go.
Okay, I have the ability to mute and
Thank you.
unmute.
I
So,
just stuck.
so again, if Denise calls your name and you can't unmute, raise your hand and I will try and unmute you.
Nancy, can you My computer is totally stuck.
I can. So we're on
Thank you.
Hawaii, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so if you're believing I'm not correct in the amount of votes, just let me know. Hawaii, 3 votes.
Aloha and good morning. Hawaii votes 3 votes for Lewis.
3 votes for Lewis for Hawaii. Illinois, 3 votes.
Illinois casts 2 votes Lewis, 1 Reichert.
2 Lewis, 1 Reichert. Indiana, 4 votes.
Indiana casts 2 votes for Reichert and 2 votes for Lewis.
Iowa, 3 votes.
Iowa, 3 votes for Lewis.
Nancy, did you hear Indiana?
Yes, Indiana said 2 and 2.
Yes, correct. Thank you.
Okay. Iowa is 3 votes for Lewis.
Correct.
Kansas, 3 votes.
Kansas 1.5 Lewis, 1.5 Roger.
Okay. Kansas, 1.5 Lewis, 1.5 Reichert. Kentucky, 12 votes.
Good morning. Kentucky casts 1.5 votes for Riker and 10.5 votes for Lewis.
Hold the audio now unmuted.
Kentucky is 10.5 Lewis, 1.5 Reichert. Bluegrass, 3 votes.
Bluegrass Council of the Blind, 3 votes Lewis.
3 votes Lewis for Bluegrass. Louisiana, 3 votes.
Louisiana casts 1 Lewis, 2 Reichert.
1 Lewis, 2 Reichert for Louisiana.
Okay, I'm good now, Nancy.
Okay.
All right.
You got Maryland?
Maine. No, we do have to call Maine.
Oh, that's
Maine,
right.
2 votes. Maine, 2 votes. Maryland, 3 votes.
Three vote, Maryland cast 3 votes, Lewis.
3 votes, Lewis.
Kindly mute yourself, please, until you're called, please. Thank you.
Okay. Bay State, 8 votes.
Hold the, you are muted.
Bay State, 6 Lewis, 2 Reichert.
6 Lewis, 2 Reichert. Okay, we will now be doing Michigan through North Dakota. Michigan, 8 votes.
Michigan.
Oh, wait, hold on just a sec. 7, I'm sorry, 7 votes.
Michigan cast 5 votes Lewis, 2 votes Reichert.
5 Lewis, 2 Reichert. Minnesota, 3 votes.
Minnesota casts 1.5 Reichert, 1.5 Lewis.
1.5 Lewis, 1.5 Reichert. Mississippi, 3 votes.
Mississippi cast 3 votes Lewis.
3 votes Lewis. Missouri, 22 votes.
Missouri cast 22 votes for Deborah Cook Lewis.
22 Lewis. Nebraska, 1 vote.
Nebraska, 1 vote Lewis.
1 vote Lewis. Nevada, 2 votes. Nevada, 2 votes. New Jersey, 2 votes.
New Jersey cast 1 vote Lewis, 1 vote Reichert.
1
Hello?
Lewis, 1 Reichert. New York, 9 votes.
New York has 6 votes, Lewis, 3 votes, Reichert.
6 Lewis, 3 Reichert.
Cindy, did I miss something?
North Carolina, 3 votes.
North Carolina cast 2 votes Lewis, 1 vote Reichert.
2 Lewis, 1 Reichert.
I had trouble in meeting.
North Dakota,
have to recall.
North
10
Dakota,
votes.
North Dakota, 8 votes Lewis, 2 Reichert.
8 Lewis, 2 Reichert. Okay, and our next group will be Ohio through Wyoming. Ohio, 8 votes.
Ohio votes 6 votes Lewis, 2 votes Reichert.
6 Lewis, 2 Reichert. Oklahoma, 22 votes.
Oklahoma cast 12 votes Lewis, 10 votes Reichert.
12 Lewis, 10 Reichert. Oregon, 5 votes.
Oregon casts 4 votes Deb Cook Lewis, 1 vote Mark Reichert.
4 Lewis, 1 Reichert. Pennsylvania, 8 votes.
Pennsylvania casts 4 votes Lewis, 4 votes Reichert by the delegate Chris Hunsinger.
Thank you. 4 votes Lewis, 4 Reichert. South Dakota, 3 votes.
South Dakota casts 2 votes Lewis, 1 vote Reichert.
2 Lewis, 1 Reichert. Tennessee, 5 votes. Tennessee, 5 votes.
Tennessee cast 4 votes Lewis, 1 vote Reichert.
4 Lewis, 1 Reichert. Texas, 12 votes.
Texas cast 8.5 for Reichert, 3.5 for Lewis.
3.5 Lewis, 8.5 Reichert. Utah, 18 votes.
Utah cast 13.5 Lewis, 4.5 Reichert.
13.5 Lewis, 4.5 Reichert. Vermont, 3 votes.
Vermont casts 3 votes for Reichert.
3 Reichert. Virginia, 2 votes.
ACB of Virginia casts 1.5 for Lewis and 0.5 for Reichert.
1.5 Lewis, 0.5 Reichert. Washington, 17 votes.
Washington casts 15 Lewis, 2 Reichert.
15 Lewis, 2 Reichert. Mountain States, 2 votes.
Mountain State casts 1.5 Lewis and 0.5 Reichert.
1.5 Lewis, 0.5 Reichert. Wisconsin, 1 vote.
Wisconsin votes 1 vote Lewis.
1 Lewis. Wyoming, 1 vote. Wyoming. Alliance on Aging and Vision Loss. Oh, let me tell you what how we're gonna do this, sorry. We will do AAVL through ACB students will be the first group.
AAVL casts one Lewis, 2 Reichert.
1 Lewis, 2 Reichert. Wyoming. Teachers. 2 votes.
The teachers cast 1 vote for Lewis, 1 vote for Reichert.
1 Lewis, 1 Reichert. Sorry. Attorneys.
AAVI cast 2 votes Lewis.
2 Lewis. Diabetics in Action, 3 votes.
One Lewis, 2 Reichert.
1 Lewis, 1 Lewis, 2 Reichert. ACB Families, 3 votes.
ACB Families votes 2.5, Deb Cook Lewis, 2.5 for Mark Reichert.
I'm sorry, there's a lot of noise in the background.
Folks,
People could mute, it would help.
Yeah, folks, please mute until you're called upon to vote. And if you're listening to this on a speaker, please lower your speaker, please. Thank you, because we're getting feedback.
I'm sorry, Families, could you give me your numbers again?
Yes, ACB Families votes 2.5, Deb Cook Lewis, and 0.5 Mark Reichert.
2.5 Lewis, 0.5 Reichert. Government employees, 1 vote.
Government employees votes 1 vote for Mark Reichert.
1 Reichert. ACB Lions, 4 votes.
ACB Lions votes 3 votes for Lewis and 1 vote for Reichert.
3 Lewis, 1 Reichert. ACB Next Generation.
ACB Next
3
Generation.
votes.
Oh, sorry, Denise.
That's okay.
ACB Next Generation will cast 0.5 votes for Mark Reichert, 2.5 votes for Deb Cook Lewis.
2.5 Lewis, 0.5 Reichert. ACB Radio Amateurs, 1 vote. ACB Radio Amateurs,
ACB Radio Amateurs casts 1 vote for Deb Cook Lewis.
1 Lewis. ACB Students, 2 votes.
ACBS, 2 Reichert.
2 Reichert. Okay, now we'll do the rest of the special interest affiliates. BITS, 8 votes.
BITS cast 8 votes for Deb Cook Lewis.
8 Lewis. Blind LGBT Pride, 6 votes.
BPI casts 6 votes for Mark Reichert.
6 Reichert. Braille Revival League, 9 votes. It was here. Braille Revival League.
This is the alternate for the Braille Revival League, and the Braille Revival League casts 5 votes for Deb Cook Lewis and 4 votes for Mark Reichert.
Thank you. 5 Lewis, 4 Reichert. CCLVI, 10 votes.
CCLVI, 10 votes, Deb Lewis.
10 Lewis. Friends in Arts.
Friends in
4
Arts.
votes.
4 votes, right down the middle. 2 for Lewis, 2 for Reichert.
2 Lewis, 2 Reichert. Guide dog users, 15 votes.
Guide dog users, we vote 9 votes for Deb Cook Lewis, 6 votes for Mark Reichert.
9 Lewis, 6 Reichert. Ivy, 2 votes.
Ivy,
2 votes Reichert.
2 Reicherts. Library users, 7 votes.
Having heard from nearly a quarter of our members, Lua casts 4.5 for Lewis, 2.5 for Reichert.
4.5 Lewis, 2.5 Reicherts. RSVA, 13.
RSVA
13.
votes. Okay, RSVA posts 1 vote for Lewis and 12 votes for Reichert.
1 Lewis, 12 Reicherts. Visually impaired veterans, 1 vote.
Viva casts 1 vote for Mark Reichert.
1 Reichert. Okay, Nancy, can we go back and get the ones we missed?
Sure can. Arizona, 2 votes.
The Arizona Council of the Blind casts 2 votes for Deb Cook Lewis.
2 Lewis. Okay.
Arkansas, 2 votes.
Arkansas casts 1 vote Lewis, 1 vote Reichert.
1 Lewis, 1 Reichert.
Colorado,
1 vote. Colorado. Okay, we will move on.
Delaware,
Delaware, 1 vote.
Delaware casts 1 vote for Mark Reichert.
1 Reichert.
Wyoming,
Wyoming, 1 vote. Wyoming. Okay, we don't have Wyoming. All right, we will move on.
and I have somebody with their hand up, so I will call on Jane. It looks like, I think that is it. Unless we
Okay.
have missed an affiliate or special interest
All
affiliate.
right,
I have BRL. Can you hear me?
yes, Paul gave yours.
Oh, good. Okay, I'm sorry. My phone died.
Oh, that's okay. Paul gave yours, so you guys are good. Did we miss anyone that is?
Yes, Nevada.
Okay.
Hi, 1 vote for Reichert, 1 vote for Lewis. Nevada.
One Reichert, 1 Lewis. Anybody
Yes.
else?
I think everyone else has been
Hearing
accounted
no
for
one
at least.
calling for the floor, Mr. Chair, that completes the call of the roll. The roll of the call of the roll.
Names of the guests.
Here comes Kim. There she is. Mark, if you have something to take a code down,
Okay.
I can give it to you right now, but if you don't.
I really
Okay,
don't. I'm
all
sorry,
right.
Janet.
Well, then,
I'm
that's
sorry.
all right. That's all right. I'll just come in just so.
Sorry to be a
Yes.
problem child. but it's-
Kim, it's Janet. We've got CEU codes for this. So Mark's going to introduce you. And just before you start talking, I'm going to say the opening CEU code is.
All right, welcome. Thank you so much. Welcome back. What a outstanding demonstration of ACB's persistence, of our flexibility. Isn't it wonderful to see how well our affiliates all participated in our first ever candidates election done virtually? So thank you all so much for your participation. Thanks to our candidates. Good luck to both of them. Now I would like to take the opportunity, first of all, before I do this, I just want to remind everybody that for the individual vote will stay open till 1:15 today. So again, if you have not placed your individual vote yet for our position of first vice president, Go to vote now, either electronically or through the phone, and please cast your ballot. It will be open till 1:15 today. Now, I would like to introduce to you American Council of the Blind's first Vice President, Mark Reichert from Falls Church, Virginia. Mark, welcome, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you all, ACB. Wow, what a historic day. Who knew that that some of us can even make history no matter which way things turn out? How about that? It is such a pleasure to be with you. We've got a quite a tight schedule today, so I'll spare you any of my normal comedic banter, but we've got a lot to cover, so let's get cracking. So we are very proudly the American Council of the Blind, but don't ever forget that ACB truly has a global presence. And so our first presentation today is all about highlighting that, particularly meeting some new friends from the Caribbean. And to help us do that, we welcome our very own immediate past president and head honcho these days of the North American and Caribbean region of the World Blind Union, Kim Charlson. And Kim, once you take the mic, maybe you can at least correct me on the appropriate pronunciation. Is it Caribbean or Caribbean? Maybe you can straighten that out, at least for me. But before we let Kim grab the microphone, Janet, I know you've got some CE codes for us.
I do. This is this session is eligible for continuing education credit and personal development. And the opening CEU code is 54219. Again, 54219. Thank you.
Fantastic. With that, Kim, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mark. And again, I just want to chime in what a historical moment we're going through right now for ACB. So it's my pleasure as president of the North American Caribbean region of the World Blind Union to recognize our guests from the Caribbean today. The North American Caribbean region has been working over the last several years to recognize and engage the island nations of the Caribbean in their own right. And I thought it would be very appropriate to hear from some of them this year as our international guests. They've been in the news in many different ways, and we're going to learn a little bit more about blindness services and how blind people manage through some of the natural disasters that have taken place in the Caribbean from some of our guests. So to talk with us today, it certainly is my pleasure to recognize Kenneth Surratt, who is the Executive Officer and Director of the Trinidad and Tobago Blind Welfare Association in Port of Spain, Trinidad. And Kenneth is also one of the 4 executive board members of the North American Caribbean region. He's the first member from the Caribbean to be elected to the North American Caribbean board of the World Blind Union. So we're very, very pleased about that. And also speaking after Kenneth, and I'll let each of them sort of transition one to the next so that it can go a little more smoothly. We will hear from Cheryl Adams, who's president and voice of the disabled and National Society of and for the Blind in Georgetown, St. Vincent and the Grenadines. And then we'll finally hear from Desmond Brown, who is president of the Bahamas Alliance for the Blind and Visually Impaired in Nassau, Bahamas. So Kenneth, first in line, I welcome you to the American Council of the Blind, and we're looking forward to hearing from you today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kim, and good morning, good afternoon, whatever part of the world you are listening. I am going to speak for approximately probably, well, if someone could keep a time check so that I stay within time. But today you are going to learn a little bit of the Trinidad and Tobago Blind welfare association, its structure, and 2, the work that we are doing. The Trinidad and Tobago Blind Welfare Association started work for the blind on the 18th of May, 1914. We are probably the first organization that started work for the blind in Trinidad and Tobago. Our name at that time was the Trinidad and Tobago Institute for the Blind. In 1947, the 13th of June, we were incorporated by an Act of Parliament, Act number 14 of 1947. And the name of the association was changed to the Trinidad and Tobago Blind Welfare Association. The association gets funding from the government of Trinidad and Tobago, approximately 90%. We raise about 10% of our funding. Because the association is funded by the state, our budget comes directly from the parliament, and it is reflected in the national budget of Trinidad and Tobago. So once that budget is read in parliament, immediately the association knows what is allocated for us on different line items consistent with any national budget. We have an association where people can become individual members and elect the council. These members could elect 12 members to the council, and the government appoints 6 nominees. We have a council of 18 members, and one of the elected members must be the president. So our president is Mr. Felix Tazo, and he is also blind. I am also totally blind. The council appoints the executive officer. So I am the employee of the council. The executive officer appoints all other positions. I am responsible for 100 employees, and we have 4 branches. One branch in the southern part of the island. We have a branch in the capital city. We have 2 cities in Trinidad. So we have a branch in the San Fernando city. We have a branch in the Port-au-Prince city, which is the capital. We have a branch at Santa Cruz, that is in a valley in Santa Cruz. And we have a branch in our other island called Tobago. So we have 4 branches. I am responsible for 100 employees, and we service a little over 1,000 clients who are blind and visually impaired. We have about 300 members who are mixed sighted and also blind. These are the persons who elect the council. So in a nutshell, that is the structure of the association. We have a council department, welfare department, and admin department, and a handicraft workshop department. So that is basically the structure of the association. The work that we do, we offer orientation and mobility for our clients in adjustment to blindness. We do Braille classes, computer classes. We teach them different games using the different technology. We Braille, large print, audio, digital books for any student who come to the Blind Welfare Association for assistance. So that is, we service children throughout the country in regular mainstream education. We have a school for blind children in Trinidad, which is funded or managed by the Ministry of Education. We also assist that school in their material in an accessible format. Last year, the association was responsible for getting the Marrakesh Treaty implemented by the amendment to the copyright law to make printed material accessible for the print disabled. So our copyright law has been amended, and the National Library in Trinidad and Tobago has the license to convert any book in accessible format. The TT Blind Welfare Association has an MOU with NALIS to assist in that process. And what was amazing last year was an election, and this bill needed a 3/5 majority, which the government does not have. And we got the support of the opposition to make it happen. Outstanding on this matter is the Accessible Book Consortium. That's the MOU, Memorandum of Understanding, between the government of Trinidad and Tobago, the World Intellectual Property Organization, and also the Accessible Book Consortium. Once that is completed, I think we would have completed the 9 years. And It's up to us now to have it implemented. So presently, every child who in school, whether secondary school or primary school, come to us for their learning material in accessible format, we tend to meet that request immediately. So that was an important goal that we achieved in Trinidad and Tobago. Presently, the United Nations just conducted a workshop pertaining to the gaps that pertaining to the UN Charter on the Rights of Persons with Disability. As we speak, a situation analysis has been prepared. Once that is completed, it will be forwarded to the United Nations, that proposal to identify the gaps and how to close the gaps. Once that is done and approved, Trinidad and Tobago was one of 20 countries, I think, out of 126 countries who applied for this grant, and we were one of 20 countries. And we were very happy, and we hoping that we could go the final step, which is getting the proposal approved so that the United Nations could come to Trinidad and continue the work to work on the gaps pertaining to the UN Charter on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. This is a 2-year project. Once that is done, considerable amount of effort and resources will be assigned to Trinidad and Tobago to have it done. Our goal in the future is to be the hub for the Caribbean, because we know there are a lot of small islands in Trinidad in the Caribbean who don't have resources like Trinidad and Tobago. Not that we have the resources like the US and Canada, but we are a little better off than some of the islands in the Caribbean, because in the early days, the Trinidad and Tobago Blind Welfare Association catered for persons throughout the Caribbean, and they came to our school for blind children, and they stayed in there for the entire term, and we provided all the services. So we are hoping that we could once more become the hub where we could start specializing in training teachers and students in a specific areas pertaining to blindness. So what we will need, I'm so happy that we making this link with the American Council for the Blind, where we could draw on your skill set so that we could come, that you all could assist to come to Trinidad and train our teachers, our caregivers, our welfare officers that we call adjustment to blindness officers, so that we could build capacity in Trinidad and Tobago. One of the problems we have is given that the certification. So we need to find a way to certify persons when they do these training. So I am hoping that we could get this help from the American Council for the Blind and also the World Blind Union, Caribbean and North American region. Once that is done, I think we could build that capacity, and Trinidad and Tobago could help service the Caribbean so that we could bring the Caribbean in line with North America, because I believe a rising tide lifts all boats, and we can't have North America like Canada and America advancing at a certain pace and the Caribbean lagging behind. We have to find a way to get the Caribbean on par with North America and Canada. So the North American Caribbean region could be a big player in world activities. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kenneth, very much. Due to some technical issues, both in primarily in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, we've had some technical trouble with the internet in St. Vincent. We're hoping to have Cheryl join us before the end of the presentation, but if not possible right at this moment, so we'll move on to hear from Desmond. Welcome, Desmond, and we're anxious to hear about life in the Bahamas.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Yes, good afternoon all. It's good to be here in this conference, American Council for the Blind. We are thankful that you invited us to be a part of it. I am Desmond Brown. I think Kim said I am the president. I'm not the president now. I am the first vice president. Our new president is one Miss Roberta Johnson. So I work very close with her on the board. The Bahamas Alliance for the Blind and Visually Impaired was established in 1997. And this is after a few of us realized that in the Bahamas, we did not have an organization speaking on behalf of blind and visually impaired persons. We had this School for the Blind run by the Salvation Army, supported by the government, and that is in place for a number of years. But we did not have anybody speaking on behalf, especially of the adult blind population. So a few of us got together and we said, hey, we wanted to start, we want to do something because we want our voice to be heard. So in 1990, we started what we call a steering committee. And from that, we developed, and in 1997, we established what is now known as the Bahamas Alliance for the Blind and Visually Impaired. It is a non-profit, non-government organization, and it is duly registered with the government of the Bahamas. The mission of the Bahamas Alliance for the Blind is to actively pursue effective measures for the preservation of sight and for the education and training, rehabilitation, employment, and well-being, and to do anything that can be done for the integration of the blind and visually impaired in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. Throughout our 24 years, we have had ups and downs. As a small organization, one of our problems is finance, and we do get a small government subvention each year, but most of our funding, we have to go out there in the private sector to raise funding to do many of our programs. Some of the things that we do over the years and continue to do in many cases is we became a member of the Caribbean Council for the Blind, and recently we became a member of the World Blind Union, and we thought that was excellent because we can now tap into some of the resources, the technical support that we can have so that we can develop our organization further. We do computer literacy, Braille training, and smart device training. And we do that on a continuous basis so that we can get our members tapped into adaptive aids and devices. We also do sighted guide training and mobility training in a limited form because we are lacking proper trained personnel to do this work in a very profound way. We have a few persons who have done some courses or past principal at the School for the Blind, Maria Delivo. She did some training in that and she helps out as much as she possibly can. We do peer counseling services. We also have home visitation for persons who are newly blind to give them the support that they need, because as we all know, those of us who are blind and get blind during our later years in life, it is a devastating affair. So that we also have adaptive aids and device ordering service. And this is important because in North America, mostly if you order a device, anything you order for the blind, in many cases, you can get free shipping. But for us in the Bahamas to order any items, while we can, sometimes we can order the items, we have to now think about the shipping and handling to take these items to the Bahamas. And also, we have to think about the custom duty that the government charges on these things. Luckily, the government have allowed us, when we order item in on behalf of the organization, on behalf of our members, we can apply to the government and they will give us, and they have been over the years, give us the duty free on the custom. We, however, have to pay for the shipping and handling at whatever company bringing over these items here in the Bahamas. The government does not exempt us from that, and they could, because it's a private affair. We have advocacy work through social and print media, and which is important to us. We realize over the past few years, we persons are getting to know that persons are blind and visually impaired are in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas and playing a good role in what they do. And so those are a few of the programs that we do, because I want to talk a little about the Hurricane Doreen that the world watched. Hurricane Doreen in 2019, September 1st, when it came into our shores. And we all know and hear that it's one of the most powerful storms ever hit this part of the world. And it came through the Northwest Bahamas and devastated two of our main islands, Abaco Islands and Grand Bahama Islands. Over 13,000 homes were destroyed or severely damaged. Over 70% officially have died. That's according to the government report. However, it is suspected that much more persons have died, because in the area, especially in Abaco, where that hurricane hit, we have a lot of non-documented immigrants living in that area. And we fear that a lot of persons died without a person knowing who they are. So what did the organization do? Leading up to the hurricane, we tried to get the word out to our members and blind and visually impaired persons by telephone, by social media, to take these warnings seriously and to do whatever they are asked to do, to take cover, to visit shelters, and to do exactly what the government is asking them to do. Many of our people did that, including those of us who are blind and visually impaired. However, we discovered that about 8 persons who are blind and visually impaired were severely impacted, losing their homes, completely flooded out, and all the problems that go with that. And so therefore, after the hurricane, what we as an organization did, because we really don't have the resources to do much for the members, what we do, we seek out those persons who are severely affected, and we point them to the right agencies that could have assisted them. The government provided home and shelter, in many cases in hotels and other places for persons who are affected, including persons with disabilities. And they were fed those who have lost items. Much of the items, as far as possible, were replaced and by donations that the government received locally and internationally. And so therefore, persons who are blind and visually impaired were affected, as I said, 8 that we found that were severely impacted. However, there are much more that were impacted in a more minor ways, because minor flooding and stuff like that. So as an organization, we provide the counseling, the assurance that they need to know that, hey, things gonna get better, and we continue to point them to the government agencies and other private agencies that had the resources to help them in getting through the hurricane and the after effect of it. So the Bahamas Alliance for the Blind and Visually Impaired, we are doing in a very limited way because we do not have the manpower, we do not have the financial resources nor human resources to do much of the work that we identified that must be done. And we'll continue to strive to do whatever we can do. And we are hoping that even through this avenue, we can develop some partnership so that we can get more of the guidance and more of the resources that we need as persons who are blind and visually impaired in the Bahamas, as we strive to make it and as we strive to provide the services that we need as persons who are blind and visually impaired. We are discovering that more and more adults are getting blind every day. Every day we are discovering more and more persons who are getting blind in their adult age, and they need the counseling, they need the resources, they need the devices that they need to get on with their lives. So we are hoping to continue to train and to develop and to reach out and to make sure that as far as possible, persons who are blind and visually impaired, persons in the Bahamas, can play their rightful role in our society. Again, I thank you very much for allowing us as the Bahamas Alliance for the Blind and Visually Impaired to be a part of this conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Desmond, very much. And regrettably, Cheryl has not been able to join us because of the internet outage in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. So I want to express my thanks to Kenneth and to Desmond for being here with us today and sharing a bit of information about your countries, your blindness services, and how you help people who are blind in your nations. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kim, and thanks to our guests.
And the closing session,
Yep.
CEU credit for this session is 98248. 98248.
98248, and don't you forget it. Great. We are on to our next segment, which will be about scholarships. Before I cue that up, since this too is a CE session, go ahead, Janet. Let's hear that number. Janet.
Yep.
There you
I'm
go.
sorry. I was otherwise occupied. The number
You're a busy
for the
lady.
scholarship is 88471. 88471 for our scholarship committee presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We do tons of important work in ACB. There's no more important work than raising up the next generation and celebrating them as they fulfill the dreams they have for their lives. And so we're about to hear from some of those worthy recipients now. And to walk us through that great work is our friend, and who I like to think of as the other First Lady of ACB, Rebecca Bridges. Rebecca, over to you.
Hello, ACB. My name is Rebecca Bridges, and I am the chair of the Scholarship Committee, and I'm so excited to welcome all of you to the 2021 conference and convention, and to have the privilege and honor of introducing you to this year's slate of scholarship recipients. We had such a tremendous group of applicants this year. We had so many. It was so difficult to choose. The process was highly competitive, and we just had so many applicants with great stories, great achievements, and already very accomplished. We did narrow it down, and I'm very excited to introduce them all to you and have you hear from them throughout the week. Before we get started with the introductions, I just want to take a moment to thank my scholarship committee. It is quite the process to go through all the applications and the interviews, and there's a lot of activity that goes on behind the scenes, and my committee works very hard. Everybody loves what they do. They love being able to interact with our applicants and our winners. And I just want to thank everybody because there's no way that I would be here and be able to complete all of this without my team. So I'll thank each of them individually. So we have Sarah Conrad Elkman, Mike Gravitt, Don Coors, Amanda Lannon, Billy Presley, Linda Perrell, Lynn Powers, Vicki Prayan, Kathy Schmidt-Whitaker, Valerie Stannard, Sharon Strokowski, and Sheila Young. And I also want to thank the national office staff, particularly Nancy Becker and Nancy Christine. They do a lot to keep the process moving and make sure that our applicants and winners have the information they need going into the process and leading up to the conference and convention. And they keep me in line, which is also very important. So thank you to all of you for all of your hard work this year as we have gone through the process of selecting our winners this year. And I also want to thank each of you, all of our scholarship recipients for applying, for sharing your gifts and accomplishments with us. And I'm really looking forward to hearing from all of you throughout the week. And I know that all of you in ACB out there will be very, very pleased with our winners this year. And I'm also hoping that this isn't the last you hear from them. We've got some winners who are already involved in ACB, and we're really excited about that. And we're excited to introduce others to ACB as the convention week goes on and beyond. So thank you all very much for the privilege to serve on the scholarship committee and for allowing me to speak and introduce everyone. So congratulations to a committee on the job well done, and congratulations to all of our winners. Thank you very much.
Hello, everyone. I'm Don Coors, and I live in Indianapolis, Indiana. And I'm on the scholarship subcommittee for social work, rehabilitation, and teaching. Along with me on the committee is Sheila Young from Florida and Valerie Stanford for Kansas City, Kansas. It's been a great pleasure to work with these other two committee members in selecting scholarship winners for the coming school year. I'd like to introduce to you Olivia O'Connell, who is the winner of the Randolph Dillman and Charles Dillman Scholarship for $5,000. And she will be attending the University of Michigan this coming fall. Olivia, where do you plan to go to school and what's your major study?
I plan to attend the University of Michigan, Ann Arbor in the fall and to study political science and international studies with a potential third major or minor in history.
What made you decide to choose that major as a field of study?
I chose political science, international studies, and history because I'm really passionate about social justice and creating change in the world. And I think that one way to do that is through public policy and through the world of politics. And so I hope to continue my advocacy work in college as I pursue these degrees to hopefully make a difference.
In thinking back about your lifetime, what do you think one of your greatest accomplishments has been?
I think that my greatest accomplishment has been all of the advocacy work that I've been able to do for the visually impaired and legally blind communities, whether that's community activism or on social media or through writing or just within the community and people around me. I'm really proud of all of the work I've done to educate and raise awareness for legal blindness and visual impairments.
Well, thank you so much and great luck at University of Michigan.
Thank you.
Thank you, Olivia. We have another Randolph Dillman, Charles Dillman Scholarship winner for $5,000, Zachary Fox.
All right. Hello, everyone. My name is Zachary Fox, and I'm originally from Wisconsin. and I just recently moved down to Jacksonville, Florida. And I would like to extend my thanks to the American Council of the Blind, and especially many thanks to the scholarship committee. And I'm very honored to accept the scholarship. It's my plan to attend Florida State University in Tallahassee, Florida, coming up this fall. So I am in the process of enrolling for classes for their career counseling program. And I also received an assistantship to work in the career counseling center at the Dunlap Career Counseling Center at the university. So I'm really excited to actually for this opportunity to be able to do my internship and studies in the career counseling field at the University of Florida State University. So I'm really excited for the opportunity. And I also just recently graduated from the University of Wisconsin, in Menominee, Wisconsin, in the rehabilitation services program in my undergrad. The reason I chose the particular area of study is I'm actually going to integrate my experience, working with individuals with disabilities in the rehabilitation field with a focus in career services to be able to help individuals with disabilities as well as the general population to find employment and then to help help them work through their vocational and academic goals. So I'm actually, broadening my opportunities for my career in the future. So I'm actually really excited to I'm hoping that after graduation from my graduate level is to work at, career placement agencies to help individuals with disabilities, target populations, individuals with minorities, as well as the general population that are seeking, employment, determine what their, career and academic goals are. I think the greatest accomplishment, while during my undergrad at the University of Wisconsin-Stout, which is located in a very small city of 16,000 people, very much like a very large college town, where we had a county transit system that had a paratransit bus that was could access to the community. But one of the things when I first arrived at the university was the crosswalks were not accessible. As a visually impaired as well as a hard of hearing individual with that dual disability, I had an apartment downtown in Menominee, and I discovered that crossing the streets were kind of not the most accessible, so I had to really listen for traffic because the main intersection by the university, they had turn on red, or a vehicle could turn on red so it was very challenging to be able to hear or see traffic. So I had to listen very closely before I crossed. Sometimes I had to ask for assistance if it was really busy traffic in the morning. I had later classes from 9 to 10 a.m. Starting. So I had to sometimes ask for assistance to cross. But I attended one day. I attended the university's diversity and inclusion conference, and they had students that came and I had a presentation about disability and accessibility. So I raised the question to the students about the updating the traffic signals right around the university, and it caught the interest of some of the students who are actually members of the university's student government. We actually had a representative on the student government who oversaw the accessibility on campus, accessibility and inclusion. And they invited me to speak at the student senate. And so I came to, address, the accessibility of the crosswalks because they didn't have, like an audio, AC, APC audio, so you'd be able to hear crossing the street. So, they became interested in because they were replacing the curb cuts and as well as, updating the, the sidewalks. The city was already in the project of doing, updating the crosswalks and that. And, the university had like 4 crosswalks on each side of the, because the university was situated downtown in Menominee. And, well, the pedestrian crosswalks, they did not have the audio, so the city was, interested in updating those, and we were able to, I was able to work with the student senate to be able to, with the idea of universal design in mind to justify, updating to audio crosswalks, and because it's not just for the visually impaired or not just for disability specific, but also for the safety of all students on campus to have this update in the crosswalks, because one thing I noticed is that we have large groups of students that are talking and that the safety piece to be able to hear that that the lights are on and that it's safe to cross. The idea of universal design for all students and for safety for everyone.
Good morning, everyone. This is Valerie coming to you from Kansas City, Missouri, and I'm so honored to be here today to present to you one of our Qualls winners. His name is Zach Thibodeau, and he has been one of the most interesting students that I've had the pleasure of interviewing. He is so diverse, and he has accomplished so many things that his background is just amazing. And I'm sure you're going to enjoy very much hearing what he has to say. So Zach, could you please tell us where you're going to school next fall as an entering freshman and what field of study you've chosen there?
Yes. Hi, my name is Zachary Thibodeau. I'm from Dallas, Texas, and I will be going to Yale University in Connecticut in the fall. So I would like to take this opportunity to thank, ACB, Valerie, Dawn, and some of the members have really put a lot of time and to organize all this, and I really appreciate them recognizing what I've done, and I really appreciate all they've done to get this together and put it together. So it's really nice, and I also thank my family for all of the support that they have done throughout the years. I will be studying political science at Yale, so I will be really focusing on public policy. So what goes into laws, what goes into them, and how really their impact in societies. So, but yeah, I really love foreign policy or public policy, and I really love studying domestic impact reports and different things like that. And I would say my greatest accomplishment would be that I was able to set up the system that Yale will use for Braille for all blind students going forward. So in the past, no blind student had ever gotten Braille at Yale in any capacity, but I pushed forward with it through accommodations and other things. And I really advocated. I was able to get them to purchase all my textbooks, and that will be the model which Yale will use from now on.
And what got you interested in this field of study?
When I was, I think I started studying it after the 2016 election, which was, a prehistoric. It was a very, just a lot going on with that one. So I really started looking, but really honestly, it was also just because there's a lot of issues just in public policy that are found, and I really just connected with them. I loved seeing how different things would work in Washington and seeing how you know, different statistics and different things, how people were represented and how you know, systems worked. I really just studied it really heavily, and I really enjoyed it, and I wanted to make a difference. I have a pretty unique perspective in a lot of ways, and so I you know, really felt just interested in the field overall. I mean, it was a really you know, fascinating just to study all the different laws, the different you know, statistical variances, and how people react to things, and how candidates can influence things, and how economic policy is affected by laws, and just really, it was really just interesting. So I really gravitated towards that around 14, and then I slowly, you know, built that interest over time through statistical projects I did in my classes, and through you know, I traveled to DC and did some leadership conferences to really just hone in my interest in the field.
Thank you. And you mentioned one of your accomplishments, which was the Braille at Yale, is what I like to call it. But in reading over your application, I mean, you have so many accomplishments. All the things that you have done with Braille, the video games and the board games, and then being a UN national student, and there's a whole list of them here, and even your scores on the ACT and the SAT. It's just, those are just incredible things. And being a puppy raiser. I was just wondering too, if there is another accomplishment that's just near and dear to your heart over looking back over all of your high school career, and maybe before that even.
I think, you know, another one that really connected with me, I would say, is the I gave the keynote address in 2019, 2020. It was a really big deal to me for Guide Dogs for the Blind. So I was a big sponsor for them. So I gave an address to promote their summer program and to promote some of their other programs. So I really, it is an accomplishment, but it really connected with me, and to be able to to promote something that I truly believed in was probably one of the biggest accomplishments I guess I could have done in my life, because it's not just what I did for myself, but what I could do to share what they have done and what others have done in, you know, helping with independence. So that was, you know, probably one of my greatest accomplishments I've done as well.
Thank you so much for that. As a guide dog user myself, I am so thrilled to hear about all your experience with that, even at such a young age. And I truly appreciate that. And I'm sure many of our folks in the audience also appreciate that too. So everyone, if you have a chance to meet Zach, his name's going to be coming out there in the future. This is not the last time you'll meet Zach Thibodeau. I promise you that. Thank you so much, Zach.
Thank you.
Very good,
And
Janet, over to you. Go
And the
ahead.
closing code for this scholarship segment is 61793 for those of you with continuing education credits, 61793.
Thanks for that. And once again, congratulations to our splendid scholarship winners. Looking forward to getting to know all of you more over the course of time. Even though we're late, we're doing okay. And we're going to take a bit of a break, but while we do that for about 10 minutes, we're going to do some important announcements and some door prizes. So announcement and door prize friends, take it away.
And it's you or me.
I think it's either.
No,
Yeah,
go ahead, David, with your
Yeah,
announcements.
go ahead.
I'm sorry, David, it's you.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. Sorry about that. Hello, ACB. It's great to be with you this morning. I've got some announcements for you. And in these announcements, I'm going to be having an ask. And I've got a couple of good opportunities for you to walk away with some money, or not today, later this week. So our walk is officially over, but it's unofficially not over because we still take walk donations on into August. So you still have the opportunity to help ACB meet our walk goal. Right now we're over $80,000, but our goal is $95,000. So if you can help us there, please do so. I know Leslie would look forward to you attending the auction tomorrow night at 7 p.m. Then we have the Braille Forum raffle going on. The Braille Forum raffle tickets are $50. First prize is $5,000, $5 big $1,000 there, folks, and that'll give you an opportunity to eat regular for a while. Then second prize is $1,000, and third prize is $500. This will be given away at the banquet. And if you'd like to purchase tickets, you can call the Minneapolis office, and that number is 612-332-3242. And last but certainly not least is the MMS program. As you know, you can donate to ACB in implements of as low as $10, and you can split that with a local affiliate. And the way to do that is go to I'm going to spell this out for you, askacbmms@gmail.com. That's askacbmms@gmail.com, or call 202-743-0755. Again, that's 202-743-0755. Each day of this week, we're going to be giving away a $100 gift card for those of you who sign up or add to your monthly MMS donation. And this morning's winner is Renee Zellickson. Congratulations, Renee. And I look forward to giving you a new winner tomorrow. So y'all don't forget that. And our grand prizes this year for our MMS drawing, which will be given away in August, is first prize is a $500 piece of gift card. And second prize is the new Sonos Rome's speaker. It's a great portable speaker. It's very small, and I'm sure you'll enjoy it. So again, we're thankful for everybody that signed up for MMS yesterday. And from our drawing, the winner today is Renee Zellickson. Thank you.
Excellent. And Janet, over to you.
All right, I've got a few door prizes. Ted Chittenden of Phoenix, Arizona, a $25 Amazon gift certificate from Florida Council of the Blind. And Nancy Mathis? Yeah, Nancy Mathis from Plymouth, Massachusetts. She is the recipient of a $50 gift certificate from ACB of Minnesota. Our next one is Wendy Darling. And Wendy is from Montgomery, Alabama, and she has a $25 gift certificate from Amazon from Delaware Council of the Blind. Our next, do you want me to do a couple more, Dan? Or Dan, whatever your name is, Mark. You know, we're all a little crazy here today.
And we're working on our 10 minutes. Go for it.
All right, very good. I have, this is going to be very cool. I have a $50 gift certificate for Uber donated by Mike and Kathleen Duke. And that is going to go to Gloria Hitton of Seattle, Washington.
Wow.
That's a nice door prize. And
It
then
is.
I've got Jason. I'm sorry, I'm losing my. Jason Smith from Iuka, Mississippi, is going to be the recipient of a $25 from Mountain State, $25.
Fantastic, Janet. Thank you so much. And I
think my time's about done.
I think so. All right. Very good. Well, congratulations to our door prize winners. Good job. Woohoo. All that hard work.
And Mark, I have one more just brief announcement.
Yeah, go for it. Dan.
Thank you, sir. I just want to announce that elections will be closing in 6 minutes at 1:15 Eastern. So this is your final opportunity to get your individual vote in on Vote Now. Elections will be closing shortly at 1:15. And then following the rest of the program around 1:30 to 1:40, we will be coming back to announce the winner of our elections for first vice president, and then continuing down the roll call of open positions until we find our next contested election. So thank you so much, and back to you, Mark.
Thank you very much. And we can assure you all votes will be counted. Absolutely right. We're not doing that. All right, very good. Let's see. It is my pleasure to keep up for all of you a presentation of the Vernon Henley Media Award. There are lots of people who work extremely hard in ACB. Nobody works harder than the lady who is going to host this presentation for us, Deb Cook-Lewis of the Board of Publications. So Deb, over to you.
It is my honor to announce on behalf of the ACB Board of Publications that the recipient of the American Council of the Blind 2021 Vernon Henley Media Award is the U.S. Presidential Inauguration Committee, PIC, for their commitment to accessibility by providing extensive, unprecedented audio description coverage of the elements of the 2021 presidential inauguration of Joseph Biden and Kamala Harris. In addition, this award ceremony would not be complete without including the two audio describers who made the inauguration accessible through audio description, Martin Wild and Bridget Melton. The Vernon Henley Media Award is presented to an organization or person who has made a positive difference in the press, whether in radio, TV, magazines, newspapers, or electronic media, that may change public attitudes to recognize the capabilities of people who are blind, or by demonstrating elements of true accessibility, in this case, to a national event, i.e. the presidential inauguration. The PIC provided live audio description for Martin Wild and Bridget Melton for over 9 hours of inauguration coverage. This number of hours had never been made available to Americans who are blind wanting to have full access to the inauguration activities. In addition, the PIC gave the American Council of the Blind permission to broadcast the live stream of the events of the inauguration over ACB radio, and this made it very possible for people who may have difficulty getting audio description on their televisions to be able to easily access the content of the streams through this interface with ACB radio. I know you will agree with me that the Presidential Inaugural Committee, Martin Wild and Bridget Melton, are very worthy recipients of the 2021 Vernon Henley Media Award from the American Council of the Blind. And they are all here with us today. I would like to introduce Ted Jackson from the Presidential Inaugural Committee.
Thank you, Deb. Thank you very much. It was an honor and a pleasure to work on the inaugural committee as the accessibility advisor. And really, this work began over the past 4 years, where a number of people with disabilities working in the political engagement ecosystem were really advocating and pushing for change. I was also the accessibility director on the Democratic National Convention, and that's where I met Bridget and Martin. We put out an RFP for communication access, and this time, for the first time, I included audio description. And boy, did they come through and do an amazing job at the convention. So when we were celebrating and working hard to build our celebration around the inauguration of President Biden and Vice President Harris, it made sense to bring Bridget and Martin back to do such an amazing job. I heard all day long from blind people across America who felt like they could watch the inauguration for the first time. And I knew that's what would happen because they did such a great job at the convention. So with that, I want to pass it off to the honorees today, Bridget Melton and Martin Wild.
Well, thank you, Deb and Ted. And thanks to the American Council of the Blind for all of your efforts to increase independence, security, equality of opportunity, and quality of life for all blind and visually impaired people. I'm honored and humbled to receive the 2021 Vernon Henley Media Award from the ACB. I'd also like to thank Ted Jackson and the entire Presidential Inauguration Committee, staff, and production team for their comprehensive efforts and commitment to provide live, simultaneous accessibility services of all the inauguration events. This allowed folks across the blind and low vision community to fully engage and participate in this important historical event. I look forward to the opportunity to continue our collaboration in the future. And I'd also like to thank my colleague, Bridget Melton, for her energy, enthusiasm, and professionalism. You helped make this important work a joyful and rewarding experience.
Thank you so much to ACB for this honor, and for Ted Jackson and PIC for being able to be a part of the team that brought the audio description for so many hours to the American public and to people across the world. Martin, as always, it was a pleasure to work with you, and Ted, very much a pleasure to work with you guys again, and I hope to do so again in the future. Thank you so much for this honor.
Item, press the arrow keys. You are viewing Yasmer Jason's screen.
Great. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. You'll notice, friends, that we did not do continuing ed credit codes for that previous segment, but we do have continuing ed to offer for the upcoming NLS presentation. So before I cue that up, Janet, let's have that magic number.
The magic opening CEU code is 37942.
37942. All right. If you're a lottery player or whatever, consider that number. So it is something almost like an ACB liturgy element that we have our friends from the National Library Service for the Blind and Print Disabled join us at our national conferences and conventions. And this year is no different. Why would it be? So pleased to welcome two folks who we will present to you now, and a special guest that we will hold for a big smile in a few minutes. But it's my pleasure to introduce to you Jason Yasner, who is the interim director of NLS, and Mark Santangelo, who is the chief of the NLS Patron and Network Engagement Division. So Jason, over to you, sir. Welcome.
Thank you so much, Mark, and thank you, all of you at the American Council of the Blind Convention. This is actually my first time attending this convention, so I was very, very flattered that I was asked to represent NLS. As you all know, Director Karen Kenninger retired earlier this year, May 31st. So I, besides being deputy director, I'm continuing to be interim director until a new director is seated. I've brought with me new chief of the Patron and Network Engagement Division, which is a revamped division from the old network division. NLS did a reorg. And we're just going to talk to you quickly about NLS modernization. And Mark's going to talk to you a little bit about what's going on in Patron and Network Engagement. I know we only have a few minutes here. So I encourage all of you who are more interested in speaking with Mark and me to join us at 2:30 for the library users group, where we'll be on camera going through this presentation in more detail and answering your questions. So the first slide here is introducing both Mark and me, and there are 3 photographs. One is an NLS patron listening to a book on his iPhone using Bard. In the middle, there's a patron reading a hard copy Braille book. And on the other side of the slide is a person using our current digital talking book machine and listening to a book on cartridge. So the next slide is basically a general slide about what NLS is. The most important thing to get out of this slide is our vision statement, and that is that all may read. NLS's vision is to make sure that all who can read should read, may read, to provide books, magazines, musical scores, foreign language, locally produced materials and texts in Braille and recorded formats to blind and print disabled individuals in the United States and the United US citizens living abroad. My presentation is going to focus more on modernization, where we're looking at for the next 5 to 7 years. So the next slide is talking about some of the ways we got to our modernization initiatives. We had brought on several consultants, Accenture and Deloitte, to kind of look at where NLS was and where we want to be, and try to establish a roadmap on how to get there, leveraging new processes, leveraging new technologies, et cetera. Part of my job as deputy director was to establish a modernization program office and hire a dedicated program manager. His name is Fred Cook. And so he helps me manage all the initiatives in the program office. We did a lot of market research and development to really see what other institutions were doing in different countries. Some of our sister organizations in other countries that provide services to the blind and print disabled, looking at technology, and looking at groups like what ACB is doing. And so we have a lot of projects, pilots, field tests, and focus groups going on right now as we're testing out different technologies, different devices, and different processes. So this is all tied into our strategic and directional planning over the next 5 to 7 years. The next slide talks about the Modernization Program Office, and its mission is basically to implement the NLS Modernization Plan. And so we have chartered this to make sure all understand what its mission is. And of course, the goal is to provide higher levels of reliable service for NLS operations and its patrons. The next thing is to describe some of the initiatives that are in the Modernization Office. I'm just going to quickly read these. And as I said later on this afternoon, we can talk about these more in depth. But basically, BARD and other IT modernization, we have several IT systems that are worked with BARD to make sure that patrons can download and read books easily and quickly. PIX is our internal application that we use to produce our books and get them through the production process. We're modernizing PIX. We're obviously looking at the next generation playback devices. We've had the current digital talking book player for over 10 years, and we're looking at other devices such as a smartphone, smart speaker, and other types of things that may be the next candidate for the next digital talking book player. You're probably very familiar with our Braille e-reader pilot. These are the refreshable Braille displays that we have been piloting with several of our network libraries and patrons. Judy Dixon has been intimately involved in that project. And this was one of Karen Kenninger's largest legacies for NLS. She really wanted to see a Braille e-reader device join our program. The Marrakesh Treaty is the United States signed on in 2019, and that basically allows NLS to share its collection with foreign countries that are also signed onto the Marrakesh Treaty, but also for them to share their collections with us. And so we're working on different processes and tools that we can offer these foreign collections from other countries to our patrons. We have a data connectivity provision, which is something that's coming in the future. We're doing research to decide or figure out how many of our patrons out there have smart devices, how many of our patrons have broadband and cellular service, but how many patrons do not? And how can NLS possibly provide broadband or cellular service to those people who either can't afford it or simply haven't gotten it? So we're doing research into that. The NLS reorganization actually was implemented in October 2020, and NLS relocation, you've probably heard from Karen Kenninger and many others that NLS moved into its current location in the Petworth neighborhood of Washington, D.C. in 1967 on a one-year lease. We've been trying to move back to Capitol Hill ever since, so we still have an NLS relocation project that eventually, hopefully, we will find a new location closer to the other 3 library buildings on Capitol Hill. So the remaining slides are basically more detail into those particular initiatives. One thing I wanted to mention about the reorganization, that part of the reorganization was to stand up this new patron and network engagement division. It was specifically designed to increase communication and collaboration with you, our patrons, and our stakeholders. So we're really excited to talk about that coming up. And I'm going to pass it to Mark in a second. But just some of the next steps that we're doing for modernization. We're having meetings, of course. We've aligned our modernization initiatives with our annual performance goals. We have lots of projects and pilots. We're increasing our capacity for program, project, and product management, making sure that we use best practices and the best methodologies to monitor and track our projects. So that was really the lightning round of modernization. As I said, I'll speak more about it later, but I'd like to pass it to Mark Santangelo, the new chief of the Patron and Network Engagement Division.
Thank you very much, Jason. My name is Mark Santangelo, and I am delighted to be here to introduce you to the newly formed Patron and Network Engagement Division at NLS. And what perfect timing during ACB's 60th anniversary convention with the theme, Better Together Wherever We Are. And that statement is impactful and transformational. It's also very true of the NLS network, comprising 94 libraries across the USA and its territories. Better together wherever we are. It's a pathway toward the NLS vision that all may read. So thank you again for having us here today. I'm delighted to share with you the vision and outcome of what we plan to do in the Patron and Network Engagement Division. On the slide are the sections that we have, and I'm going to briefly describe them for you and go into more detail. We have the Network Services section, the Music section, Patron Engagement section, the Reference section, and BEP, which is the Currency Reader project jointly between the Bureau of Engraving and Printing and NLS. Next slide, please. The Network Services section is the way in which we serve our patrons through a network of 94 cooperating libraries supported at a federal, state, and local level. U.S. citizens who are blind, visually impaired, or who are print disabled are eligible to receive library service. Your local network library can sign you up for the program, assist with issues concerning equipment, recommend book titles, and help people access to BARD. The BARD is the Braille and Audio Reading Download Service, which contains over 125,000 titles in audio and in Braille. And to highlight two of those libraries, each year, NLS presents a professional award to the Network Library of the Year. The award recognizes two libraries at the highest level of distinction of service to our patrons. And the 2020-2021 award was presented last May and went to the Iowa Library for the Blind and Print Disabled and to the Bayside and Special Services Library in Virginia Beach. Now, let me give you just a small example of the distinct service that I'm speaking about. The Iowa Library, they provided its patrons extreme service during the height of the pandemic. They set up weekly programs to read Westerns and mysteries to their patrons over the telephone. And they also led book discussions in the same way. That's a high level of dedication to our patrons and one that NLS wants to celebrate and endorse. And at the award ceremony, the Librarian of Congress, Dr. Carla Hayden, said about both libraries, when the world around them came to a stop, they kept moving forward, finding new ways to expand access, engage their readers and their communities. So congratulations to Iowa and Bayside for this accomplishment. Also within Network Services is our program called Duplication on Demand. It's a process designed by NLS where numerous books can be downloaded onto one single cartridge and mailed to the patron. It streamlines circulation, improves access to books. It creates shelf space, and more importantly, it makes service easier for the patron and the librarians. There are 69 libraries that are transitioning to the DoD model, and there will be more to come. We're also modernizing the communications with the network for better improvement, using Zoom platform with closed captioning and with greater accessibility. We communicate monthly with the entire network. We present webinars for the training of library staff, and we host orientation sessions for new staff members. We're improving this dialogue with the network, which we believe will help us better understand the needs of our patrons. Next slide, please. The music section that holds the largest collection of Braille music materials in the world with over 24,000 titles. There are more than 2,800 audiobooks on music appreciation and instruction, and over 850 large print music works. The music section actively participates in the Marrakesh Treaty Exchange Program that has allowed us to add over 100 titles to the collection. And this year, NLS celebrated its 90th year anniversary. And to mark that occasion, the music section hosted a jazz performance by pianist Matthew Whitaker, an extremely talented performer and an NLS patron himself. The performance was released back in March, but it is still available on the Library of Congress YouTube channel. I encourage you to listen to it. And if you're also passionate about music, then you'll want to read the NLS Music Notes blog. They're well-written articles covering topics on many musical genres: classical music, opera, jazz, pop, world music from places like Zimbabwe, Colombia, Italy, or Prince Edward Island, and the list goes on. And you know what? You can even listen and you can even read and learn about the Frank Zappa catalog from A to Z. I haven't heard that name in a long while, and I want to explore his catalog of music. So the NLS Music Notes blog is prepared by our experts, and they are our staff who are also professionally trained musicians. Next slide, please. This is the patron engagement section is on this slide, and it's to connect with our patrons. Now, the patron engagement section is newly formed, and it connects NLS directly with the patrons. And when I think about the vision for this section, I'm reminded about the convention theme, better together wherever we are. Because the patron engagement section will identify individual patron concerns and then work with all of NLS to find solutions. We even have an overseas librarian, Donna Coe, whose patrons are US citizens living abroad. Now, she publishes a newsletter called the Overseas Outlook, which is available online. And it covers updates about NLS, projects of NLS, and it always includes a bibliography of titles based on specific themes. The latest issue was in June, and it had an interview with retired NLS director Karen Kenninger, and it also offered a bibliography on the theme of stress management and resilience. Going forward, the patron engagement section, as it evolves, will have a number of new positions added to it. Currently, it consists of the Consumer Relations Officer, the Customer Support Specialist, and the Overseas Librarian. We will add a section head to that position, an Education and Training Specialist, and an Assistive Technology Specialist to better engage with our patrons. Next slide, please. This slide is for the reference section. And on the PowerPoint slide is a picture of an open book printed in Braille to indicate the wealth of information resources available through the reference librarians. The reference section is the NLS Information Center. It's your first place for assistance. You can call, email, or write your inquiries, whether about topics of library service, BARD, disability resources, or any reference questions, and our librarians will provide assistance and respond promptly. We also publish bibliographies on topics of interest to students, professionals, and anyone interested in research on disabilities. We list current literature and new books that have been added to the collection, and we publish reference guides and directories, whether on BARD, Braille reading devices, disability resources, and NLS program information. Year to date, we have serviced almost 3,500 reference queries alone in 2021. Next slide. And finally, I'd like to mention BEP. BEP this year marks the 7th anniversary that the U.S. Currency Reader Distribution Project has been at NLS. It's a joint effort between NLS and the U.S. Bureau of Engraving and Printing to service free currency reader devices to eligible members of the public. And on the PowerPoint slide I placed an image of the iBill device attached to a $5 bill. And the iBill currency reader denominates common US banknotes for people who have a visual impairment. And this year, NLS has processed over 3,000 device requests, getting this device into the hands of the people who need it. And the number has been going down because of the pandemic, but we're hoping it will take an uptick and climb higher, especially since lately we have just recently partnered with blind and visually impaired organizations nationwide to promote the device further. And that is a summary of some of the things we've been up to at the Patron and Network Engagement section. And I'd like to conclude by passing this on to Kim Charlson.
Go ahead, Mark.
I didn't know if that was written in the invisible braille on my sheet.
Thank you to both Jason and Mark for those great informative presentation. And I will turn it over to Mark Reichert.
We won't have to fight over the microphone for much longer. Thank you both very, very much for the presentation. Ordinarily, we would be taking questions. We certainly have in the past, and time is sort of our mortal enemy right now. So we got to get cruising. But as you both have noted, folks will be able to meet you a little bit later on today, and I'm sure we'll have all kinds of questions for you.
Absolutely.
We are not, however, done with this presentation yet, because there's one more special one to do, and I have the privilege of doing it. And this is about our friend and our colleague, Dr. Judith Dixon. Judy is about to retire after 40 years at NLS, and Judy is and I hope all of you are already aware of this, a champion for accessible technology, Braille, and for consumerism really of all kinds, blindness consumerism of all kinds, but especially where it concerns the responsiveness of libraries and other specialized agencies to the needs and capabilities of folks just like us who are blind or visually impaired. But Judy is not a 9-to-5 person. She is truly a 24/7 person. Whose involvement in our community stems all the way from cross-country skiing, and in particular through her involvement in Ski for Light for many years. And her commitment to the future of Braille is really unparalleled, particularly through her work and leadership with the Braille Authority of North America. Judy has truly touched the lives of all of us. Even if you individually have never met her, I guarantee you your life has been affected by her work and her commitment and knowledge to all of us through many ways, but certainly no less than through her work through the many publications, her many books that have been published by National Braille Press. Certainly at the top of my list would be the Label It book. Thank you so much for that. Even someone as disorganized as me might actually have a hope after that. On a bit of a personal note for me, both Judy and I are graduates of Stetson University, which is in Central Florida. And 31 years ago, when I first moved up to Washington, D.C., I got to know Judy because of a connection through there. Judy said, you know what, Mark, you really need to get a hold of a gentleman by the name of Scott Marshall. And Scott was ACB's first full-time public policy guy. And as a result of that connection, I ended up getting a best friend for life and a career in public policy and a chance to frankly meet all of you. So Judy, from just me personally, thank you so much for that. From all of us in the American Council of the Blind, Judy, congratulations on a much deserved, well-deserved retirement. Thank you so much for changing all of our lives. And I love this part, as a special way to show our appreciation to you and knowing of your affinity for the NPR program, Wait, Wait, Don't Tell Me. It is our privilege to extend to you the opportunity to be our invited guest at the virtual head table to get to interact with the Wait, Wait host, Peter Siegel. And we are just so pleased to honor you in that fashion. So again, congratulations, Judy. Thank you so much for who you are, what you've done, and quite frankly, all of us are pretty excited to see what happens next. So Judy, over to you, because why not give you an opportunity to, while blushing, say a few words maybe.
Thank you, Mark. Thank you so much. This is such a surprise. I wondered why they wanted me here. Thank you. I have had a wonderful 40 years at NLS. It's changed hugely and it's going to keep changing, and it's pretty exciting. And I'm just looking forward to the next 40 years where I get to do all the things I want to do, having to do with Braille, having to do with outreach and advocacy, and it's just going to continue to be fun. So thanks so much.
You are most welcome, and thank you so much. Dan, before tossing it back to you, I know, Janet, we've got the little matter of a closing code for this lovely session.
We do, and the closing code for our NLS session is 48529. Again, 48529. Thank you.
With that, my work here is done. Thank you all so much. Dan, back over to you, sir.
Thank you, Mark. Thank you, First Vice President of the American Council of the Blind, Mark Reichert. We appreciate it so much. And now we're doing absolutely amazingly well, given it's our first virtual election during a general session. We're running about 10 minutes late. So let me walk you through kind of the next steps for the remainder of the general session today. We will introduce our supervisor of elections, Nancy Marks Becker, who will give us the results of the candidates the candidates race for first vice president. Once Nancy gives the results, we'll give both candidates an opportunity to speak before the membership. Then we're going to ask Janet Dickelman to take a few moments and give out a few more door prizes and maybe a couple of highlights on what will happen for the remainder of Monday, because Nancy and I will have to travel through time and space over to another Zoom room in order to get ready for the continuation of our candidate elections after we announce the results of this election. So if you all can bear with us, we appreciate your patience, which we've always encouraged throughout this process. And I'm so proud of what we've been able to accomplish today as an organization. It just brings a smile to my face. Good luck to the candidates. And I would now like to turn it over to Nancy Marks Becker, our supervisor of elections, to give the results of the position of first vice president. Nancy. Nancy may be muted. I don't know.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you. Yes.
There we go. It helps a lot when you unmute yourself. So, you guys, I would love to say that this has been an awesome election. I will tell you that there has been a grand total between individual and affiliate votes, 977 votes. Typically at our election for individual votes, we only have like 250. We had over 600 of our members individually vote. So of the 977, this is the breakdown. Deb Cook Lewis, 635 1/2 votes for 65% of the vote, 341 1/2 or 35% for Mark Reichert. The individual vote count was 397 for Deb Cook Lewis, or 65.8%, 206 for Mark Reichert, or 34.2%. The affiliate breakdown was 238 1/2 for Deb Cook Lewis, or 63.8%. For Mark Reichert was 135 1/2 or 36.2%. Thank you, Dan.
Thank you, Nancy. And now I'm going to, first, I just want to say congratulations to both candidates. You know, as someone who has an opportunity to run for office occasionally, thank you. You're both friends. You're both excellent members of the American Council of the Blind, and we appreciate you putting yourselves out there for this organization. First, I'd like to recognize Mark Reichert to say a few words, and then Deb Cook Lewis. So, Mark.
Thanks so much. Thanks so much, Dan. And first things first, Deb, congratulations. You're going to rock. I know because you have already. And so congratulations to you. Congratulations to ACB. I meant what I said when we were in various forums together. I think ACB is the winner as a result of this process. As for me, the last time that I was up for election 2 years ago, I kind of wrapped things up with the words of a song. Maybe I'll kind of do the same thing here. One of my favorite bands of all time is U2, and one of their songs, 40, is based on the words of Psalm 40 from the Hebrew Bible, which essentially goes something like this. I waited patiently for the Lord. He inclined to me and he heard my cry. He picked me up out of a ditch, out of the miry clay, and set my feet upon a rock. He gave me a new song of praise to our God. Many will see and be amazed and put their trust in you. I will just then finally wrap up being the good little Lutheran boy that I am with the prayer I offered 2 years ago. May the Most High God continue to richly bless the women and men of the American Council of the Blind. I know he will because he already has. Thanks, y'all. We'll see you around.
Thank you, Mark, and thank you for all of your service. Now I'd like to recognize the new First Vice President of the American Council of the Blind, Deb Cook-Lewis.
Well, thank you, Dan, and thank you, ACB. It's actually hard to follow Mark's comments without tears. I think that was a very beautiful tribute to the organization, and I just think it's great. I really am humbled and honored to serve ACB in this way, and know that whether I won or lost the election, I still plan to serve ACB. I will be over streaming various sessions this afternoon, like always. So things may not look very different to me for a while, but I just thank you all. I love you. I appreciate your support, and I hope that I will do everything I can to earn that support. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Deb, and congratulations. And next, I will turn it over to Janet. Impromptu. I know she's the woman who can handle all situations. So if she could kind of recap for us, kind of what's going on for the rest of today. And then also maybe do a couple of more door prizes. And Nancy and I will be back with you in just a moment. So thank you.
All right. Wow, it's really hard to come after these two wonderful candidates because Mark got me crying and then Deb continued my crying. So congratulations. Thanks to both of you. You both outstanding people. I have a couple of door prizes that I'm ready to do first. So I'm going to do those first, and then we'll talk a little bit about today. And yes, this is kind of impromptu, so I wasn't ready, but I am. All right. So Philip Rich from Albany, New York, receives a hoodie from New York that has on it the letter I and then a heart, the shape of a heart, and New York and ACB under the heart. And it comes in multiple colors. So we'll reach out to him and let him get his color preference. And that was donated by Nancy Murray and ACB of New York. Thank you. Claire Stanley from Rockville, Maryland, has a $25 gift certificate from ACB of from California Council of the Blind. Nancy Pendergraph of Huntsville, Alabama, is the recipient of a $25 gift certificate from Missouri Council of the Blind. And then we have Tom Lelos, who is a winner from Powell, Wyoming, I'm sorry, of a $25 gift certificate from ACB Radio Amateurs. So those are the door prizes that I have ready for you for today. So now let me just go on and we'll talk a little bit about what's coming up today. We do have, I sent out a message, but let me let everybody know, we do have an unfortunate cancellation today. The session that was scheduled today at 4 o'clock by BPI on civil rights and unfortunately had to be canceled. So that is not going to be on this afternoon. So you will not be able to attend that session. But let's talk about what is available today. First of all, at 2:30, the attorneys, Avia has a session, and there was a change in that session also. Instead of a view from across the pond, the subject of that has changed a little bit. But it's still an obvious session with two outstanding attorneys talking about issues relating to the blindness community and attorney issues. The next session is AAVL about navigating the healthcare system. ACB Diabetics in Action have a two sessions today, living with diabetes at 2:30 and 4 p.m. There's also another session at 4 p.m. AAVL as a double session. Smart home devices, work harder, not smarter, with CCLVI and Next Gen. And of course, our library users with our NLS guests is at 2:30 this afternoon. And this evening, don't miss our audio description industry updates with 9 panelists from various industry moguls involved with audio description. I think it sounds like everybody's probably moved back to the Zoom room now. Dan, is that correct? Are you guys ready for election? Maybe not.
Maybe not.
All right. Well then, I guess I'll go on with my impromptu. At 4 p.m., as I said, we have the continuation of AAVL session about fall prevention and prescription labeling. We have Diabetes Education 101 on diabetes self-management.
Watermelon, I think.
Sorry. Then our Transportation and Environmental Access Committee has a segment at 4 p.m. on to cross or not to cross, reading the signals and safely crossing streets.
Watermelon and cherry.
And our audio description, I think our ADP has audio description in the performing arts at 4 p.m. And at 5:30 p.m., we have Out and About with Canines and Canes, sponsored by Environmental Access and the Transportation Committee. And we have Non-Traditional Blind Sports from Next Gen. We have, yes, could someone please mute? And we have audio description with Amazon, a session that is being held by Amazon, talking about what they're doing with an audio description. And then we have Envision Workforce is doing a Get Hired session. If you're looking for a job, make sure you stay tuned to that. And as I said, we have our audio description segment this evening. Tonight, we also have some social events. We have a night of great arias, great operas arias with BPI and Friends in Art. We have our CCLVI and ACB Families Game Night at 7:30 p.m. And then our next generation, we have our Lions Millie's anniversary, 50th anniversary for the Lions. And we have ACB Next Generation After Hours Social and our prose and poetry reading on Monday evening. Are you ready to go back? Are we ready for our elections?
Janet, I'm in here, but I'm not seeing Dan in here yet.
Okay. All right. Well, then I will just keep talking. So, of course, tomorrow morning we will have our general session starting at 10:30 p.m. And before that, I hope you've been enjoying the reading of the newspaper at 9 a.m. every morning with Jenny. That is really a wonderful program, and that's doing a great job of reading our newspaper for us. And make sure if you haven't tuned into our tour channel on ACB Media 4, and that is a loop every 6 hours, and it changes every day for 4 days. So today and tomorrow you will have different tours, and then they will repeat starting on Wednesday. And we also have our exhibit hall, which is a little loop of 8 hours each day. And that is going on ACB Media 3. And many of our exhibitors have Zoom rooms available that they have set up. So please either check the emails that I've been sending out to the convention, announce conversation and leadership lists to find out when that exhibitor, when your favorite exhibitor is available in a Zoom room, so you can actually
Rick,
speak
am I
with them
in?
directly. You can also get that information
Nancy?
at acbconvention.org. And if
Nancy,
you haven't
Rick?
gone to the acbconvention.org website, please do so. There's a lot of information on that website. You can see all the channels, the ACB media channels on there. There's a list of all the exhibitors and their times. There's a list of the exhibitor Zoom rooms. There is all of our tour information. We're putting up a section on there called handouts. So as presenters share handouts, such as this afternoon with, I know there were some handouts yesterday afternoon, and I know there's going to be some more. Those will be posted up on the handouts section. So check that section periodically for handouts that will be available from your presenters. All right, well, let's just talk a little bit more about, and have you been attending the ACB social events? We have our ACB coffee every morning at 9 a.m. And then we have our, all right,
Hello.
very good. Thank you all for putting up with my last minute.
Janet, this is Dan. Thank you so much for carrying the ball there. We really appreciate it. And I just want to confirm that are we hopefully back live with the general session. So hearing nothing, I'm going to assume that we are good to go. So we are now going to move forward with the election for second vice president. Now, before we get started, what we're going to do, we are going to go through our series of elections from second vice president to secretary to treasurer. If we do not, we will, for each election, we will call for nominations from the floor. We'll make that call 3 times. If we do not, if we have a nomination from the floor, then that will be our next contested election, and that will take place on Tuesday. If we do not, if a candidate does not have anyone contesting him, if no nominations come from the floor, we will announce their election by acclamation. We will ask any speaker or any candidates that win by acclamation today that we will give them all an opportunity to speak before the membership before our contested election tomorrow at the general session. So we do not have time for candidate speeches if they get elected by acclamation. As soon as we have our first contest where we have a nominee from the floor, then at that point in time, we will announce that contested election for the day, which will be tomorrow. And that will be the end of any roll call of any future of elections. So hopefully, hopefully that's clear to everybody. And at this point in time, then, as we move forward, we have Rick Morin and Nancy Marks Becker in the green room to help us with raised hands. So I want to first have acknowledgement from Nancy and Rick that all hands have been lowered.
They're all
They
down,
are-
Dan. Yes.
All right.
They are all lowered.
All
Dan?
hands are down. Okay, thank you, Nancy and Rick. We will now do the candidates election for second vice president. From our nominating committee, the name of Ray Campbell from Glen Ellen, Illinois, a program, an assistive technology specialist and programmer for United Airlines. His name has been put into nomination. We will now ask for any nominations for the floor. So for the first time, do we have any nominations for the floor for the position of second vice president?
Dan, you have Kay Love.
No, she put her hand down.
Oh, she put her hand down.
She put her hand down.
All right, seeing no hands, I'll ask for a second time. Do we have any nominations for the floor for the position of second vice president? And now for a third and final time, do we have any nominations for the floor for the position of second vice president? I will now ask Nancy and Rick if any hands have been raised.
None. There have been no hands raised. Oh, wait.
No.
There is one hand raised. I'm not sure she is intending to talk or not.
Okay, we are not accepting motions to approve by acclamation. We are just, if you have a nominee for a candidate.
Okay, all hands are down.
All hands are down. Okay, thank you very much. I now would like to proclaim that by acclamation, Ray Campbell has been elected second vice president for the American Council of the Blind, now serving his second term. Thank you very much, Ray, and congratulations. And we look forward to hearing your comments tomorrow morning. We will now move on for the position of secretary. Placed in nomination from the nominating committee is Denise Colley from Lacey, Washington, retired federal employee. I will now ask Nancy and Rick if all hands are lowered.
All hands are lowered.
Thank you very much. Recognizing that all hands are lowered, I will now for the first time ask for any nominations for the floor for the position of ACB secretary. For a second time, I will ask any nominations for the floor for the position of ACB secretary. And now for the third and final time, I will ask any nominations for the floor for the position of ACB secretary. Nancy and Rick, do we have any raised hands?
There are no raised hands, Dan.
Thank you very much. Having seen no raised hands, I am honored to recognize Denise Colley by acclamation as the new secretary of the American Council of the Blind. The continuing secretary of the American Council of the Blind for her second term. Thank you, Denise. We look forward to your comments tomorrow morning. Next, we have the position of ACB treasurer. The nominating committee has placed into nomination the name of David Trott, retired director of Vendor Enterprise Services for the state of Alabama from Talladega, Alabama. First, Nancy and Rick, are there any hands raised right now? Are all hands lowered before we start the nominating process?
Dan, all hands are lowered.
Thank you, Nancy. Now, for the first time, I will make the call. Are there any nominations for the floor for the position of ACB treasurer? For the second time, are there any nominations for the floor for the position of ACB treasurer? And for the third and final time, are there any nominations from the floor for the position of ACB treasurer? Nancy, do we have any raised hands?
Dan, there are no raised hands.
Hearing and seeing that there are no raised hands, I would like to congratulate David Trott as the ACB treasurer and have him approved by acclamation. David will be serving his third and final term as ACB treasurer. Congratulations, David. We look forward to your comments tomorrow morning. We will now move on to the positions of Board of Directors for the American Council of the Blind. We have 5 Board of Directors that have been nominated. We will read the candidates' position in the order that they were presented from the nominating committee. The first candidate nominated for the position of Board of Directors is Jeff Bishop. This would be his second term and final term as on the ACB Board of Directors. Jeff Bishop is from Kirkland, Washington, where he is a program director for Microsoft. So before we begin the nominations, I would ask Nancy and Rick, are all hands lowered?
And all hands are lowered.
Thank you, Nancy. We will now start nominations from the floor. For the first time, are there any nominations from the floor, running against Jeff Bishop for Board of Directors? For the second time, are there any nominations for the floor for the position of Board of Directors running against Jeff Bishop? And for the third and final time, are there any hands raised in nominated to run against Jeff Bishop for the position of ACB Board of Directors? Nancy, are there any hands raised?
Dan, there are no hands raised.
Seeing and hearing that there are no hands raised, I would like to appoint by acclamation Jeff Bishop for his second term on the ACB Board of Directors. Congratulations, Jeff, and we look forward to your comments tomorrow morning. We're going to get to hear from a lot of wonderful officers and Board of Directors tomorrow morning before our candidates' speeches. It's now time to put in nomination our second candidate for the position of ACB Board of Directors. The nominating committee placed second in the slate Doug Powell, serving his second term applying for his second term as the ACB Board of Directors. Doug is from Falls Church, Virginia, where he is a retired marketing specialist. So before we begin the nominations, I would ask Nancy, are all hands down at this point in time?
Dan, all hands are lowered.
All hands are lowered. But now, for the first time, I'd like to ask from the floor, are there any nominations from the floor to run against Doug Powell for the ACB Board of Directors position?
I have one hand raised.
We have one hand raised.
It is Anthony Corona.
Anthony Corona, could we please unmute Anthony to see if he would like to place anyone in nomination?
He's unmuted.
Hi, Dan. Yes, I would like to nominate Connie Sims of Dakota, retired massage therapist, as well as healthcare and advocate extraordinaire in general, and our voting rights spokesperson.
All right, thank you, Anthony. Anthony, have you conferred with this person, and are they willing to serve and be nominated?
They are willing to serve and be nominated, and I believe that she has her speakers lined up as well.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Anthony.
Thank you.
All right, Anthony, if you would now put your hand down, and let me ask for a second time, are there any other nominations for the floor for the position of ACB Board of Directors to run against Doug Powell? And for the third and final time, are there any other nominations from the floor to run against ACB Board of Directors candidate Doug Powell? Nancy, do we see any other hands raised?
And there are no additional hands raised.
Thank you, Nancy. Hearing that no other hands have been raised or heard, we will now close nominations for the position of the second open spot for the ACB Board of Directors. We will have a contested election tomorrow morning on Tuesday. between Doug Powell from Falls Church, Virginia, retired marketing specialist, and Connie Sims from, I believe it's Sioux Falls, Sioux Falls, South Dakota, retired massage therapist and health advocate. All right. I want to verify that I believe we do have, if you are a candidate for tomorrow's election, please verify with Janet Dickelman that we have both your speakers lined up. And following this meeting, Jolynn Bailey Page will be sending out candidate invitations, not only to our 2 candidates for tomorrow, along with their speakers, as well as the 4 officers and board of director positions that were approved by unanimous consent earlier today. So all those folks will be on our meeting for tomorrow, February, I can say anything, July 20th, 2021. Again, congratulations to Ray, Denise, David, and Jeff, and Connie, Doug and Connie. We look forward to the contest for for our second position for the ACB Board of Directors tomorrow. At this point in time, this closes our general session for today. We will stand adjourned until tomorrow morning at 10:30 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time. Thank you very much. And again, congratulations to ACB for doing a wonderful job with our first ever virtual candidates election. Have a wonderful afternoon. Enjoy the breakout sessions. Don't forget that wonderful primetime show tonight featuring 8 of the most significant streaming services in our country. Everyone have a good evening. Enjoy the convention, and we'll see you back tomorrow. Have a nice afternoon.